happens to them when they die? When an undead dies? I was always told before the gods disappeared that if a man dies, his spirit resides on the plane of the god he followed. What happens to them? Was this ever alive? Does it go to that plane? Does it go to someplace more horrible? What happens? The goggles help. They do help. I can't see at night regardless. Just like a regular human. I heard you turn them in the cave. What does that feel like to control them? Halflings are won over by good cheer. It's in their nature to be drawn to joy and happiness and frivolity. I was cheerful because the situation called for me to be cheerful. I know that some of my friends here, my companions, they may look rather gruff, but I assure you, we are simply travelers going from point A to point B, and we will not bother you in a way. We do wonder what the road may have in store for us. Perhaps we could sit down and you could share with us what we should watch out for, and we could do the same. Two groups helping each other out, if you would.
I take a deep breath, and the tremors begin to fade. Fear makes the wolf bigger than he is. Fear makes the wolf bigger than he is. Did they have the same goal in mind? A wise man told me that do not follow the footsteps of the wise, but seek what they sought. Black spots begin to fill my vision. I struggle to keep my eyes open and my thoughts clear. I close my eyes and exhale, waiting for the inevitable. A wise man once told me if it doesn't draw blood, it's not worth doing. I hadn't expected one of Fillmore's sayings to be so, well, literal. Did he die from the fall? A wise man told me. They call you a hero when the word murderer falls short. A wise man told me, Sir Garen, that a full leaf falls from the tree with dignity, not anger. Does anybody have any ideas about why we met people from 40 years ago on the road? Has anyone seen anything like this? Anybody care for a drink?
When I was younger, I discovered the destructive power that a certain substance has, and I found that it had the ability to propel things at great speed. So I decided to try and fashion a weapon. I'm a bit of a gearhead, if you will. And of course, the dwarves are known for such things, so I learned quite a bit about crafting and inventing while I was there. I dabble, ever burning candles, mechanical creatures, all sorts of gadgets and whatever the townspeople needed. Honestly, I just wanted to help them out. I have no idea what he's saying, but it sounds like halfling to me. Who the hell is this guy? No, I've never seen anything close to this monstrosity. I don't know what to tell you, Cat. I just want to hear it. Sounds to me like they just drank too much of their own supply. Yeah, stealth isn't one of my top 10 favorite things. Your bravery is admirable, and you clearly are a great warrior. I admit that I'm not used to working with a group of people, but it's utter foolishness to attempt to win a battle that you cannot win. It wasn't the people, it was the topic. The incursion took a lot from many of us. And the fall of Red River is something I witnessed in person. To think that people don't even know that it exists. I overreacted. To arms! Steven. Can I see your crossbow?
I found this crossbow the other day. Was that the crossbow thing that you were talking about earlier? Yours is really loud. Thank you for getting me. I don't know, exactly what your reasons were, but you saw what was happening, and I just wanted to say thank you. Oh, the things just shot lightning at me and dropped my crossbow. Wow, you're a great shot. Yeah, I hit it twice. That thing was huge. What was that? Wait, sorry. Before what? What's Breckers? Oh, breakfast. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
Hey, while everyone's still asleep, I just wanted to, I realized, I realized, I never really said thank you, for what you did for me, getting me out, and so I wanted you to have this, and this was just something I thought of that I didn't know if you'd like it or anything, and just wanted to say thank you. So all of this was just so you could get a buzz going?
I did not leave home because I wanted to. I left home because there was not much left.
Aye, but you see, Cat, money a mickle max a muckle north of the wall, and I'm sure you'll see that soon enough. Yeah, appreciate it. I'll be sure to get on not dying soon for you. Perfect. Right. So, Cat, what is it that you do? How many times have you almost died? How many times have you seen your friends die? How many times have you killed? I didn't again. I've not seen one in the wild before. It means I don't know.
There's one thing that I took away from being with the Sentinels. It's that anybody at any age can either rise or fall to their level of initiative. And that really, if you expect the best out of people and give them the tools to act, that they can truly become themselves. And if you look down upon them and do not give them anything to make good means of themselves, that they'll fall to that as well. And that we're in a position where we have to overcome anything and everything as a group, and we have to make it past any divisiveness.
Right, so Sir Garen, you first.
I appreciate the thought, but it's entirely unnecessary. It's more for serves a purpose. Are you familiar with Kestrel Academy? To most, they just think of it as a place to learn the arcane and other like things, but it has a small section dedicated to sciences. I learned there. Aren't you the perceptive one? All I can say is, hopefully it passed from the Screecher before whatever happened to it happened. I want to describe it as control, more an act of desperation. It's unnerving. I try not to think about it. Well, this definitely has all the hallmarks of undead, I believe. But I don't know why it was doing whatever you're doing. I need to study it longer, probably. Or maybe see a live one again. Just trying to figure out what caused this. The way you described it seems like it's more than just death. Thank you. I'm not as big a fan of spirits.
I'm from Korzik. It's an island to the. It's across the sea somewhere. Got to take a boat. Yeah, it's kind of one of those. It's kind of exciting though at the same time. Like obviously there's been some kind of worryful stuff popping off, but it's definitely fun to see kind of a new area that no one else has seen, and it'll be really fun to tell it to some of the other people that when we get back, kind of what all's going on. Okay, good. Just checking. You're not in this alone. Hey, I remember you. We did the whole thing with, the zombies and the cave and all that. Clavius even wrote you a theme song. Do you want to hear it? 2 things. 1, when did you get so happy? 2, why do we need so much whiskey? I mean, money does eventually make a belt buckle, but to buy that with the money that I'm giving you. Milk's just a stereotype. It upsets my stomach. Onward!
Is that a fucking cat? Is that a cat? Is that a talking cat? Why are you here? You're like a giant cat. Have you killed things before? Are you like a good hunter? Are there like giant mice? That girl looks really cool. She seems pretty cool. I'm gonna go eat some more pastrami. Can you teach me maps? What do I see? What is this arc here? Yes, but when you look at it, what does it mean? Like, what is this blob here?
I never took you for a teetotaler. There was a sound. I don't know why a collapsed wagon was making a sound, but I'm pretty sure I heard a sound. I'll have to drink on it.
Oh, I do have a serious question, though. Any bites on the line?
What else? Anything else? Anyone? Going once, going twice? Wow, okay. Here we go.
Cunning action.
Alright. Should we play D&D?
No.
Alright. We can keep looking at rugs. Oh, God. What do I think? I think this. Got a little frog in my throat. A little froggy action.
It's not the Rona, is it?
I don't think it's the Rona. It's just a frog. Does anyone want to do a recap of last time? It's been 3 weeks, so if you need it and somebody wants to do it,
you need it, you should have listened to the video.
Much. Michael, we're about here, right?
Yeah. Let me pull you to the
We're
map.
like just north of the lake, right?
How's that for you?
Love it.
Ooh, this is a little. Oh, good. This feels good. All right, so seeing none on the recap. Before we get into it, I want to do a little thing that I used to do in some of my other games, which is a little character check-in moment. Without revealing too much, because some of you probably still have things you want to keep close to your chest. But I think it'd be nice to hear a little mental check-in with everybody's characters. How's your character dealing with the emotional, mental, physical strain of this now 10-day journey over our 5 sessions thus far? Does anyone want to just let everybody know into the mind of your character just a little bit? Just a little peek.
I think Arthur is in a good headspace overall. Losing Sir Garen was not great for it, and it's somewhat alarming that it happened so early, but generally overall, the fact that we've gone for this long, this far north of the wall, it's not that incredibly different. There's a little bit of mind fuckery with kind of the timeline. If we can find out more details about that moving forward, and the whole thing at Predagus Lake was a little bit of a to-do, but by and large, he feels that the group has proven more
than adequate and more than what he thought them capable, by the vast majority of them all surviving to get to this point. So he's beginning to feel more at ease with the group. He's still very much on edge and still preparing and ready for whatever comes at them or whatever they bump into on their journey to Mountain Heart. But in terms of the group, he's beginning to kind of figure out who he feels he can rely upon in the heat of the moment and outside of the heat of the moment as well to kind of help lead and keep things together and help keep everybody in check. So he's, probably 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, maybe.
So Fenton grew up in the Crossing, and this is the closest he's been to being back home, in air quotes, in a very, very long time. He had not the best upbringing in the entire world, so he's having a lot of flashbacks to his time as a child and as a young adult in the Crossing. So I imagine he'll toss and turn some of these nights.
Xerxes is doing fine. He's no stranger to death or, war, for lack of a better term. I think he's enjoying being part of a group since he's largely been by himself for most of his life. But yeah, Sir Garen, it's sad, but he didn't really know Sir Garen, so, people die. It happens. And the physical part is a little bit harder on him, obviously, because he hasn't had to move this much in a long time. But he's doing good. He's glad to be going north. He's from the north, but I don't think that, at least in the immediate, we're not going to get into where he grew up. So, but still interested in just how things have changed since the burning.
Anna's probably pretty in her own head, still sort of struggling with the death of Sir Garen, but on one hand knows there isn't too much she could do. On the other hand, believing that, and also there's just
You stop talking.
He died. Your voice dropped. I'm not sure.
That's a really dramatic pause.
He did. He must be frozen. Yep, and there he goes.
He actually is dead.
Okay, I thought that was me for a second.
That was dark, and that's how Anna left us. That was the end. Who else?
Clavius is unchanged, with perhaps the exception of the conversation with Anna when she floated the idea of maybe it's not so absurd to think that we might be 30, 40 years ago up here. That kind of made him think for a few minutes, but by and large, he's the same.
Steven's head is kind of spinning and not really sure what's going on and trying to make relationships with people in the party, but it's coming with mixed results, so it's pretty much all he's got.
Isabel is trying to get used to being around people this close again. And proximity-wise, that is. So.
Saru?
Sarah's pretty good. I mean, other than this, I think the speech pretty much said what his mindset is.
Yeah.
Just making sure that everybody's like, it's not everybody for themselves at the moment, unless you don't want to go home.
I love it. Sometimes I feel like doing a little character check-in helps everyone kind of plug into their characters and everyone around them. So I think it's a nice little thing to do every, 5 or so sessions. Or after big things happen, like the death of a Sargeran. We got most of Anna, and I'm sure Connor will be back at some point. But we gotta get the show on the road. So you're all ready to get started. I think let's do it. Good to go?
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. All right.
Roll for initiative.
Roll for initiative. So we fade up from a black screen. There seemed to be no end to the rain. The roads were mired in mud, which had slowed the group's march. The wagons carrying supplies often became stuck in the murky puddles. They had left Paragus 5 days ago. They should have been in Bray the day before. When at last they crossed the Lamnic River, they could see the ruined towers of the city crest over the horizon. It was hard to see in the midst of the downpour, but
At least the trudge through the muck was nearly over.
at least those were her thoughts at the time. Little did she know then, things would only get worse. They came with reinforcements, supplies, and most important of all, a company of white shawls. Isabel marching among them, dressed in her now mud-caked robes, the white scarf still prominent around her neck. The company's spirits were low, and the rain wasn't helping. As important as the white shawls were to the soldiers, having a presence in this large a number could only mean one thing. Bray was a dangerous place to be going.
As we settled into the camp, it became clear why there was such a great need for us here. The primordials were dug in deep, but not only must we worry about their savagery, a disease had spread through our ranks. Rumors said it was similar to the one that spread through the city when it first fell. Well, the rumors were true.
There was already a small contingent of white shawls that was attached to the 1st Battalion to arrive in Bray, the Master Shawl among them. This gave some comfort for a time, but it wouldn't last for long. It was clear on their faces Bray was in worse shape than any of the stories had led on. Towers crumbling and in on one another, the streets were covered in broken bricks and rotting wood, and the pouring rain continued to fall upon the scene.
We were to report in when we arrived. A loud crack echoed in the distance. I saw a tower fall just beyond what I assumed to be the front line. The wounded and sick lined the pathway to a great tent that may have once been a brilliant white. Below my feet, blood churned with gray murk from the constant downpour that ever loomed over our daily carnage. I saw nothing resembling the bustling town I'd been told about when I was young. Was there even a city left fighting for?
The company approached the white tent to report in, and there she was. Even she was not saved from the dirt and grime. Isabel had only seen her in passing before, never had the chance to really speak with her. Harriet Plundell, master of the White Shawls. She stood much taller than Isabel, and was never one to slack on her poise. A diamond covered in mud, but still no less a diamond. She greeted the new arrivals with great relief, the first smile Isabel had seen since she had arrived, the first she had seen in a long time. As Harriet began to give an assessment of the situation in Bray, the sound of the collective jaws dropping agape was almost audible.
It was somehow worse than what we had feared.
Staggering amounts of dead was shockingly apparent from both sides. Most left out in the open, not retrievable without repercussion. Many were stuck under the rubble of collapsed buildings or simply left to rot in the streets as the lines went back and forth. And worse, the primordials constructed barriers made of the corpses from both sides. There was something important here even the primordials would not part with. Fight to the last man, or whatever those monsters were. And then there was the disease. It spread like wildfire through the soldiers.
We did all that we could, but our divine magic seemed of no use against it. I was glad to have my training at Kestrel Academy then. As the Shawls put it, we had to use the old analog methods to combat the disease. I spent much of my time trying to cure the sick, but the conditions were horrible.
There were no songs played at night, no laughing, no merriment. It was not as if morale was low. It was non-existent.
In the days ahead, I was glad to have my good friend Peretta at my side. Her jokes were less frequent than before, but still managed to put a smile on my face every once in a while during all those long, sleepless nights in Bray.
Exhaustion had set in. The Shawls worked day and night without a wink of rest. By no fault of their own, their work became slovenly. It was apparent, too, when the soldiers, paladins, and knights would return from the daily battles.
With lightless eyes.
All the while, the city itself continued to crumble in on itself. Even with the near constant rain, one could see the ever-burning fires plume from the center of town. Rumors of a great mine being constructed there.
What could they have been searching for?
As the battles raged, it was not the primordials that dealt the greatest blow, but the disease, that invisible enemy ever looming. It lurked in the recesses of the decimation and proved impossible to stamp out. It took hold and exacted its toll, and with divine magic useless against it, it served as the enemy's greatest weapon. Most that survived were not the same. Lingering effects would last for the rest of their days.
I was not sure how long we were there. The days seemed countless, and the last few, all a blur of fire, death, and rot. Finally, a call for retreat came, as the battle became ever futile. On that day, as we retreated, the primordials still did not give in to respite. They chased our soldiers from the city much faster than our commanders had anticipated. Packing up our supplies, loading the wounded and sick onto carts and wagons, when Peretta called out into the mist. The monsters emerged, running down our men. I left the packing to her as I ran to help the last of our soldiers escape this dreaded city. The primordials closed in. I channeled the powers bestowed upon me by Helwyn to aid the survivors. I attempted to carry one of the last men to safety, but the exhaustion. I felt the last of my strength leave my body, and something hard and cold bit into my back, and my vision went dark. I woke, staring into a blue sky with scattered clouds, the rain gone. I was lying on my back, on the back of a wagon. My back was stiff and had an untingling sensation to it. After a moment, I recognized the feeling. I had been healed by some divine magic, and I could hear the soft sounds of worlds twirl about. Then a familiar face leaned over and came into view, but one I did not expect. It was Harriet Plundell. I was shocked to see that it was our commander herself, there when I awoke.
Be still. It is best if you do not move. You were gravely injured, and the body will still be stiff. But I have restored it. You will feel better in time, child. Now rest.
How am I still here? I saw the marauders. We were almost surrounded.
It was your friend, the half-elf named Preta. And the brave man managed to strike down the beast upon you. He carried you in your charge to safety, though I did not catch his name. Isabel stared up into the sky, contemplating the final events, but they all seemed a blur. She couldn't put the flashes together in any coherent order of events.
How many of us were able to escape?
We are trying to acquire an accurate count. Too many, though, didn't make it. A long, exacerbated sigh leaves Isabel's lips. A mix of grief and relief wash over her. Our defeat was catastrophic. A wise man would say that we should never have come back. So much death, or too much. Elwyn must be weeping.
Elwyn was not alone. Her shadow covered my face as she leaned in close, and I could see Harriet staring into my eyes.
Even still, we must return one day. We cannot let such malice and wanton hate take hold. We have to believe in some salvation at the end, or we are already dead. Find your strength, or the weight of the dead will break you. And we slowly crossfade into a close-cropped view of the icy blue eyes of Isabel as she stares at the mound of earth before the group of you, staring at the wooden marker with the letters HP carved upon it. And before we jump in, Croft, please give yourself a bottle cap for your beautiful rendition of the Connor Moylan Vanity Project, Croft Edition.
Beautiful. I appreciate it. It was good.
You all just had a notably quiet, for some, maybe somewhat tense walk from the tower at Paragus Lake to this grouping of trees where you now are. Arthur's keen eyes were the first to spot this small mound near a tree on the outskirts of the wood. And you all approached what was an obvious grave marker and have been standing around it for a few moments. Isabel, deeply lost in her thoughts. The world is yours. What do you do?
What time is it?
It is dusk. The sun is beginning to set. You were basically just looking for your place to camp when you came upon this.
Got it.
Site.
Isabel moves closer to the mound. She kneels down to it. And not saying this directly to anybody, but just kind of as a statement. This could be Harriet Plundell, the last master of the White Shawls. She came on the first charter. She mutters a short prayer under her breath while bowing her head slightly.
Roll a perception check with advantage. As you're bowing your head, you note that covered by a bit of moss near the wooden headstone, you see a glint of something metallic in the dirt.
I'll try and take a closer look at it.
It looks like a piece of chain, maybe like a small chain jewelry of some kind. It's mostly buried. You would assume, by the dirt and moss.
She'll leave it. She kind of assumes what she thinks it is.
You knew this, Harriet, Isabel? If this is who it is?
If this is, not too well, just spoke to her on the occasion. I wouldn't say we were too close, but she was one a lot of us looked up to.
Can Anna do a history check on the white shawls?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Didn't study that part of her history.
Probably not. Yeah, I mean, you may have heard the name, or maybe you think that you've heard, but you don't. You're not sure what it is that what she's talking about.
After a moment, Isabel will stand up and just sort of say, well, if this really was we at least know they came this far. We have plenty of miles to walk, and we need rest. Let's be on our way. She'll stand up and kind of step away from the mound.
All right, so it is dusk, so there isn't too much light left. How much more travel do you want to try to do? You're right kind of at the edge of these woods. From here, as far as Arthur's concerned, that you can go north. Not necessarily having to go through the woods, you can. It's kind of up to you how you would like to travel. But as far as camping goes, do you want to camp outside the woods, in the woods, near the lake still? You're kind of at the edge, the lake's behind you. It's kind of up to you guys about where you want to camp tonight.
We'll offer some form of protection and give us something to put our backs against too before we head north in the morning. At least those are my thoughts.
I agree. That sounds like a good idea.
Double watch then.
Yeah, how do you guys want to do watches?
All right with everyone. I can take first.
Isabel will take first as well.
Anna will take her third and fourth watches.
As you guys are kind of getting the camp set up and bedding down and then starting to take watches, if there's any thing that anyone wants to address with anyone else, now would be the time to do that. if it can wait until the morning / travel.
Hey, Nick.
You tell me.
Sure.
Has Arthur, I can't remember if Arthur has openly mentioned that he is from Bray.
Oh boy. Without having listened back, I thought he did.
He told Anna, but it wasn't like a super secret. So he told,
Right.
yeah.
That seems familiar. Like he's hasn't been a weirdo about keeping to himself, but he hasn't been open either.
Can I ask, is the author accent a Bray accent, or is that unique to author?
He was hit in the head by a piece of lumber when he was a child.
No, that is Arthur's is thick, for sure, but that is a general Bray area accent.
Oh, good.
Not everyone in Bray has that accent, but it is. There's a large grouping of them that do.
Do you think
my version is much worse?
I was gonna say, I'm ready.
This is all Nick's fault.
Suddenly, Bray just became a 1 NPC town instead of a 50,000 NPC town.
That's
Money and Mickle Maximuckle.
Money and Mickle Maximuckle. Do you think Arthur's version of the Bray accent is similar to like how Londoners look down on people with Cockney accents?
Yes, definitely.
Croft, back to your. I guess. I mean, I'm glad Connor remembered it. I don't really recall. I feel like I've mentioned it once, but maybe it was Arthur really hasn't opened up to too many people, and Arthur and Isabel really haven't spent that much time together.
I think they've talked like once.
And Isabel's on first watch as well, right?
Yeah, she is. She's usually on first watch. She's a night owl sort of person.
Yeah, they get super specific. We talked about it when we talked about Steven, and I thanked you for training him. And then Anna kind of pried, and you mentioned that you were from Bray. So it was the night you were outed as a teetotaler.
I kind of assumed that you did just because you're kind of leading us that direction. I mean, at least we knew you're from the north, right? Because you're being our guide. From the north. The king of the north.
King of the north.
King of the north.
Okay.
What's Isabel doing?
You see her, and it looks like she's doing what she usually does after everyone's settled camp and gone to sleep. She's just making notes in her journal. You see her like flipping back and forth through a couple different books that she has.
Excuse me, miss, if I may.
Yes.
I didn't want to be coy or shy with you, and I should have made mention it nigh a fortnight ago, but I've seen you make. It's something that my gran used to do with me as a wee lad, and it's something that I used to be accustomed to, and it's not something so much that I've been doing in quite a while. I was just wanting to know if that was something that you might have knowledge that you'd like to impart, or something of the nature. Then you'd have a ready student in me if you if you take a liking to it.
Well, I don't see any reason to keep the knowledge to myself. I just didn't think anybody would be interested in such things. Yeah, I can tell you a few things. I've studied it. a lot of my life, really. Do you know any of the basics, or should I start from scratch?
I've got most of the names, at least the names that we knew them by in the north. So I suppose if we run across similar features but different names, then I might need to learn what you call them by. But for the most part, I'm mostly accustomed to the healing herbs and those that help keep you awake when you need to be kept awake, and of the like. Nothing too special. My gran, she was a real mixer, if you will, and I wish I would have spent more time with her when I had it. But I'm glad I've got you now, and I'm glad we've got this opportunity as we travel together.
Well, thanks, I guess. Sorry that, where are you from again?
I'm from the town of Bray, at least. It was a town. It wasn't much when I fled all those years ago, and to be honest, I think I'm getting a little bit more shaken as we continue our journey to what can only be left of it. I haven't seen it since I was a lad, and there's a lot there that I lost and left behind. So if you'll excuse me, I'm not used to. I'm unfamiliar with this feeling.
So
you'll notice he's just kind of stammering and stuttering a little bit more than he usually does. He's not able to kind of put all of his thoughts together, and he's just shifting a lot more than he's used to. There's a lot less stoicism about him as he's talking with you.
Isabel closes the book that she has open, sets it aside. She kind of turns to stare at you, or look at you kind of more intently. I assume you were there then when it first fell.
I was. Myself, my family, my friends, everyone I ever knew up until that time was there.
I can't imagine what it would have been like to lose your home like that. Sorry that we couldn't ever take it back.
What do you mean?
Were you... I thought you might have served during the war. You seem the type. In 64, Briarwood sent a force to retake the town. Did you never hear of that?
Only rumors and tales, but we all thought that was just fireside stories.
Well, might as well have been rumors. We failed miserably.
I wish I could have been with you.
No, you
I
don't.
wish. I
We
wish I
shouldn't have
could
gone back. Sorry.
No, I think that's what draws me back and what led me to accepting this mission is I've got great remorse that I didn't seek out those tales more, that I didn't take part in at least trying, that I've spent my life to date running and running and running some more, losing everyone that's been important to me. And not once having truly fought back. And so I think that maybe this is my way of making up for lost time by going with you lot and trying to make sense of it all and trying to make up for misdeeds of my past.
Sibel just sort of, she kind of slowly looks down, kind of towards her feet, and just says, I think I know the feeling. You know, you're better than what I first pegged you for.
You talk a lot more than what I'd pegged you for.
Yeah, it's weird having to get used to it again.
It seemed to me that Grave was someone that you knew. Aye?
Only really in passing.
It's still a life of someone that you knew, and it's still a life that lived at some point. And I just hope that they found rest after their time on this world was over. I'm sure they didn't find it while they were here.
Isabel just sort of nods at you. Slowly.
Well, from what you've told me and from my limited knowledge of this part of the world, I think our evenings of rest might be coming to an end. I can only hope that keeping to the forest's edge these next few days will offer some protection. But once we get to Bray and onward to Mountain Heart, I do not think we'll find much rest from there. And I think we'll need to especially be on our toes.
I think you're right. And I think we should be prepared for what might be in Bray. Did you ever... Of course you did. You saw the primordials firsthand, I'm sure. They had some special interest there. And I feel I just have an uneasiness about going.
Do you think we even go near it at all? Do you think we not stay away? Why invite ourselves to more danger, especially We just buried one of our own and came across the grave of one that you knew.
See
Why
Isabel
risk
just
it?
sort of just sit there in contemplation for a moment. Shouldn't, I don't know. I still get the feeling like we should go. Despite it making my skin crawl.
I think if we stick to the outskirts of the woods, we can make for the foothills of the mountains and head west from there. That at least offers us some protection and even if it's wrong, some sense of safety rather than being out in the open where we could be hunted like mice.
I'll take your word for it. You're the ranger, right? You know the lands better than I do.
I knew the lands up here. I haven't been back in many a while. But unless they've changed greatly, I think I've got a plan for how we should go.
That's good. That reminds me, before we got into this little tangent, I was going to ask you to keep an extra eye out for the foliage up here. I haven't seen anything strange yet, but I get the feeling life outside the walls may be different the further we get from it. Just let me know if you see anything strange.
I think we'll soon come to find out if it's something divine or magical, or at the worst, an evil version of the two. I think we'll find it much sooner than we'd like to, and I only hope we'll come out on the other side of it all.
I'll try and make sure we do.
Well, I meant what I said. I'd like to study with you and try to get back some of the knowledge I once knew. If anything, just to have better memories in my head as we head back towards Bray, rather than the memories I've got, especially of my gran.
Sure. Take our minds off a bit of the dreariness of it all. Yeah, I'll show you some of show you some of my notes. She opens the book again, and she kind of shows it towards you, and you can see it's a mixture of like sketches of various plants and lots of notes nearby. Although the handwriting looks equivalent to a doctor's handwriting, so might be illegible to those not used to it.
I think you'll see Arthur's eyes light up a little bit as he kind of focuses on it, and maybe similar to a doctor's handwriting, he'll kind of light up and say, "You know, it looks like the hand of my gran wrote these very letters. It seems the lot of you are one of a kind."
See a smile sort of faintly creep across her face. I have to. Well, I wish I could have known her then. Anyways, so this one here is Kingsfoil. I'm sure you're probably aware of that one.
Kingsfoil, aye. That's a weed.
Yeah. This one here, oleander. It's a flower, but slightly poisonous. You shouldn't ingest it in large quantities, or probably at all.
I'll let this go on all night. Never gonna stop.
I was like, is this where the camera fades out as they're literally going over weeds?
Mm-hmm.
I hope so.
I hope so. I don't have many more weeds.
I don't have that list next to me.
This, and this is that, and that is this.
Telling you, I can watch this all night. Next watch. Your watch goes by peacefully. First watch. Any who's on next? Who's on second? Who's on second? Is that the thing?
Who's on foist?
Accurate.
Marshall, are you still with us?
Yo.
Man, Croft set us up for the sickest Lord of the Rings reference of all time.
I was cheering back here.
Second watch. Who's on second watch?
I am going to take this opportunity to head out. Sorry, guys. I'm leaving. But I'll be back
Like the
soon-ish.
party, or?
Yeah, like I'm gonna call it a night. If that's okay.
Seems
I'm sorry.
fine.
Yeah.
Seems fine.
Cool. We'll
Later.
talk soon. Yeah.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Thanks.
Later.
Fent casts a reel in the darkness.
Like all she wanted us was to tell her what rug to buy, and then she left.
Never a bad time to go fishing.
I hope she buys that rug. Any of them, really.
Which one? Snake rug?
Mostly the snake rug, sure. Fent and Borseal take second watch.
We're fucked.
Like, oh god.
Didn't Isabel say she would take the first two?
Yeah,
No, she's
Isabel
3
can
and 4, I
Isabel
think.
can be up for it too. Anna's 3 and 4.
All right, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Wrong lady.
Whoever's up, but Borseal and Fent also take it, and they have a nice conversation that no one hears.
About maps.
It is partially about maps. And Anna and anyone else is on watch 3. And if there's any roleplay that needs to be done, feel free. If not, then it will be morning. And I have to do a few quick little things, so just give me a minute.
Just got to retool this dragon for 7-person combat instead of 8.
Yep, we got a slight adjustments to the dragon.
To the dragon.
Take away a couple teeth.
It now can only attack 3 times in a row as opposed to 4.
Instead of 12.
It's only got 5 legendary actions.
Okay. Boy, howdy.
Lost our campsite.
Campsite is gone. Okay, my word. Morning comes. You all spend the proper time focusing on, your morning rituals or whatever it is that you all do as you prepare for the day. Bop, beep, boop, bop. Before you're all on your way heading north Flavius. You note as you are like kind of pulling your chainmail on across your chest, feels a smidge tighter. Just kind of around your chest and ribs than normal. It's not like uncomfortable or anything that's like going to hinder your movement or anything, but there is like a little bit of discomfort.
Or AC.
No, your AC's fine.
Okay.
That's the burden of a +2 AC.
Your AC's fine for now, but it is a little uncomfortable. Something to note as you put on your chainmail.
This happened, like I noticed that before I put on the backpack. Like the backpack might have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you had your backpack on while you were putting your chainmail on, which would be weird and uncomfortable. It's just.
Okay, so independent of the Medusa backpack.
The backpack is within, an arm's reach of you, but.
Okay.
Who's to say? That's just something of note. Or is it something of note? I don't know. I'm just a DM.
I feel like it's creating just enough of an opening for the snake to come out of that backpack and latch on to me at any second.
He said it's tighter. It's not like sagging. That'd be like if you were getting skinnier. Technically, there should be less space for it to get in. Now you're super secure.
I appreciate your optimism, sir.
Until your hulking, until your hulking pecs break your chainmail, then you're screwed. And there's nothing we can do.
Okay. And Roth.
I'm gonna walk outside the wagon today, if that's all right.
We don't have a wagon.
The wagon, so correct.
Everybody's gonna be walking outside the wagon.
Walk outside the wagon.
God. Are you pulling the wagon? Because
somebody should.
Along with your beer cases, whiskey cases.
So we're off. Traveling. Is there anything anyone wants to do while we're traveling? If anyone wants to tell me a specific thing they may be doing, or if anyone wants to talk with anyone else on the travel trail as you walk, because there is no wagon. Now would be the time to do so. Let me give you the little calendar of today. It's a mild fall day. It's
hot.
Very still, and the sky is overcast. Early morning on the 23rd.
Anna would like to talk to Isabel when we're walking and make sure that, but would pick a moment when it's. And no, I guess we're probably not far enough. No, that wouldn't work. We're probably not far enough away for everyone to be out of earshot, so she'll wait.
If Game of Thrones taught us anything, you can just be walking north of the wall and have deep, meaningful conversations.
Yeah,
so.
you can distance yourself like 30 feet.
Yeah, and it's no big deal. No one's wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, if we can do Game of Thrones logic, then Anna would like to talk to Isabel.
Always allowed. Yeah, you guys just drop back a little bit. I mean, people are changing pace all the time on this walk because you guys aren't all used to walking as much as you are, especially Borseal. So.
I was going to say, poor Borseal.
All right. So Anna will drop out of earshot of everybody And we'll go up to Isabel and say that I would not judge. And that remains true. But I would like to pry a little bit, if only to understand a little bit more what happened that night, if I may.
I'm assuming you're speaking of the night we met Stephen.
I am.
Well,
Where were you guys?
What was the name of that house, Michael?
That was
Captain Marcus Silvius.
The Silvius Manor. Yeah.
Yeah,
you could direct all these questions to Marshall. It's probably fine.
Truth is, that was the first night I had been to that estate. But I had been the employee of I guess you could say, ally of theirs. I worked for House Butchered as their personal physician. And they wanted me to do work for their friend. A place where...
Do you know what they were doing to Stephen?
They were torturing the boy.
Do you know why?
I don't know why. I didn't usually ask. They brought me there to make sure he didn't die. I'm assuming they wanted more.
Did the house that you work for, you had not been to this Silvius Manor, did the house that you work for engage in such things? Is this what you did?
Yeah, it is, well, I didn't know I was doing it at first, or I didn't know I was going to be doing that when I first started working for them. They sort of introduced it over a period of time. Before long, I didn't know how to get out. And that night... Sorry.
That night? No, that night?
The night I had finally summoned the courage to just leave. But a series of events led me to Stephen.
Were all the people who they brought in, were they like Stephen?
I can't attest to all their characters. Stephen's a good boy, and at least what I know about him so far, he didn't deserve any of that.
I agree,
But what I do know, all of them were vile, horrible people. And I'm glad to be away from that.
Do you think they will come after you, Stephen?
I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they figure out where we've gone. They have a way of, figuring things out. We left behind, I forget his name. Who's the friend of Stephen? Michael. What was his name? Cornelius. There was a friend of Stephen's that led me to him, and we left him behind. and they have a way of making pretty much anybody talk. Hopefully it'll be some time before they catch up, if they actually do try to come after us.
I agree, but we may need to tell the group that we could be being tracked from behind. I would prefer, I'm not saying do it tonight, but as Stephen should be in the loop, and maybe you two can talk, but I'm all for keeping the past buried if that is where it belongs, but this is something that puts other people in danger. If a group could be presented as another charter, and we take them in with open arms, and yet they are really after you, or Stephen, or both. This could put everybody at risk and endanger our groups growing but shallow trust in each other. So,
I wish you weren't right, but you probably are. There's a lot of things I would much rather forget.
Well,
but yeah.
I will try to talk to Stephen. You should try to talk to him, but now that we know this is a potential threat, we should not take it lightly.
Isabel nods in agreement. I'll try to do better. Do better about speaking to him next time.
Sounds good. I will give it a chance, but I am not afraid to do what is best for the group at the expense of others, and I have a feeling you are the same.
Yeah. No, you're right. Just, yeah. You can tell it looks like Isabel, doesn't want to talk about this sort of stuff, but...
Yeah. Anna won't push anymore.
But she did, she's agreeing with you.
Okay.
I've texted Marshall to bring him back. He's back. Any other walk and talks that need to be done on this lovely day of travel? All right. Most of the day passes without anything as you guys are finding a place to bed down. And most of this area is pretty sparse trees at this point. It's kind of like rolling plains in this region. Far off, you can kind of probably see the Lamnic Wood, which is just massive. A massive forest. But as dusk kind of starts to settle, as your day kind of passes without any excitement, you see two shapes in the distance, traveling through the sky below the layer of gray blanketed clouds. You see these two shapes. They're pretty far off. I would hazard a guess that Arthur would be the first to notice. But after a few moments, the rest of you would pretty easily be able to see these, especially out in the sky. It's very gray and, I mean, honestly pretty boring without any trees or much anything. There's a few clusters. But you look at these things and there are two creatures. And it takes you a few moments to realize that these are the same type of creature that you encountered a few days ago. These are Vrox. Flying together. They're many miles from you, and from what it looks like, they are not going to pass anywhere close to you. But something that you take note of, that there are more of these creatures out there. As you're bedding down for the evening.
A nice, restful sleep.
For a nice, restful sleep.
Are we on the edge of that next bit of woods?
So there are sparse trees at this point, but it is pretty wide, open plains. All the way north to the winter. Or all the way north to the Lamnik.
Would push for the group to as big a tree as we could find, and then just kind of build a little campsite around that.
Roll a survival check.
Gonna have to get my character sheet open.
Now this is RP hour. Which I'm fine with. Very happy about. You find an area that you feel comfortable enough with. It's not the most comforting of places, but it's probably the best that you'll be able to find without pushing.
I picked a thorny tree.
Jesus.
Guys, I think we should camp here.
Looks quite comfortable. Yeah, and you guys bed down for the evening.
Can I talk to Clavius really quick?
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Clavius, where did you pull the potion from? From your backpack?
Right side pouch? He asked quizzically. it was one of the side pouches, I think.
It was the left. It was the left.
The left side. The left side pouch.
There's no reason that I know that, but it's the left.
Did you see if there were more?
No. I only thought of it because it was one of the 3 items that was making people glow in there, and I thought that might have something to do with it. So I thought of the rock, like Saru had first, the stone, and it was there. Then the potion.
Will you check and see if there are more potions? And will you check to see if there's, I don't know, a book, notes, something that someone might have left in there?
Yeah. I'll check for the book first, actually.
In the left pouch?
I'm going to check all the pouches.
Okay.
But I'll start with the left, yes.
You reach in thinking book, and a book you shall find.
Oh, you're excellent at this game, Anna.
You had a lot of time to think about it.
You pull a book. The front, the spine reads Tome of Ancients. And this is a non-magical item that has all kinds of information about aberrations inside of it. Mechanically, the book over a period of 6 days. While you have the book in your possession, you gain a +3 on Arcana checks to identify aberrations and recall knowledge about them.
Don't care.
May I? May
Throw
I?
on ground. There it is in the chat. And it weighs about 1 pound. Like,
May I
think
take it,
that's what the book
Clavius,
reads.
and see what wisdom it can offer us?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hopefully it'll give us some good hints of what was all that tower was all about.
So maybe see if there are any other books or potions. I was just trying to think what else could be in there. Maybe we can clear some more space for all your stuff.
I do like the sound of that. So yeah, I'll check for books first.
No more books apparently in the left side as you check again. Checking the right side, you pull out a book.
The library.
The Ledger of Devils. Similarly, helps you identify devils. Non-magical. Reaching back into the right, you pull out a book.
Wait, before that happens.
Yep.
I hand Anna the devil book.
Yep. I'm taking them. I'm putting them down.
And as I continue to reach in, now I'm looking. Can I read them before, like, as I'm pulling stuff out, before they break the event horizon where she can see them, like, can I angle the bag to where, like, I read it first, and then if it's something not interesting.
That's fine. That's fine. I won't. That's fine.
Make a stealth check. Sleight of hand.
Like, casually, but, you know, I did pay for this with a bottle of whiskey, so I'm not.
Sure. No, that's fine. You can do. Yeah, I mean, even if your stealth doesn't go well, Anna will laugh.
Anna
knowing what
knows
you're doing.
what's happening.
Anna knows what's happening, but she's just gonna smile and not say anything.
You pull out a book, Clavius. It is entitled The Book of Beasts. Do you continue to pull it out?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Similarly,
all right, hand that over. Feeling pretty good. All of my whiskey is now going to fit in this bag.
an unmarked book is the next you pull. So you continue to pull it out.
Nope.
All right.
It's Palagus's family photo album.
Moving to the middle portion, another book you seek.
Another book.
This book reads Dwarfing My Heart. Do you pull that out?
Oh, I definitely do. And I'll, as I hand it to Anna, say, this might be something Steven's interested if you were to give it to him. No, I really wouldn't say that.
If you flip through the pages, it is a romance novel about a dwarf.
Does it have like the sultry illustration on the cover, like all normal romance
It
books?
does
have?
not, but it does have a few sultry illustrations in the book.
Nice.
So, boop beep bop. No more books, as it seems.
And scroll there.
Beep bop boop 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 beep.
Or paper, parchment.
Yes.
checks.
Fine paper. Amazing. Thank you, Nate. There is paper. There is fine paper and inks worth around 250 gold pieces.
Oh, suck it, Fant. Okay. I'll show them, but like put them back in because there's.
Okay. Let me make sure in the other sections there are not papers. There are not. No more papers. Anything
You
else you're
tried
after?
scrolls, right?
Yeah, no scrolls, it seems.
Then just the potions.
Checking the middle, no potions. Checking the right, no potions. Checking the left, you will eventually find 3 potions of lesser healing to accompany the other one that you had already found. For a total of 4.
Okay. So, Anna, you're holding that other one, aren't you? The first one?
I am.
So I'll say we've got 3 more. You can carry them, or we can keep them in here.
I will take them if you trust me with them.
Yeah, it was your idea to look for them.
Well,
so he'll stack them like on top of the books that she's already.
The Tome of Ancients, the Ledger of Devils, and the Book of Beasts.
she'll thank you, Clavius. When you are, I'm gonna go flip through these.
If Steven's just gonna walk up and like, hey, can I just see this one? And like, not thinking about it, try and like Jenga tower the Tomb of Ancients book. And he wants to flip through that one, if she's alright with it.
Yes, let me. You can have it.
Cool.
And Clavius. The other one is meets your standard. I would like to read it at some point.
And
then
he'll
she'll
nod.
take. And she'll take her too and leave.
That's he knew he was caught, but
cool.
Anything else before bed?
Xerxes is continuing his science project.
Love it.
Damn.
Anyone reading the Dwarfing My Heart book, if any erections last longer than 4 hours, please see a physician.
Steven's just carving.
All of that.
Isabel wants to work on crafting a potion.
Yeah, roll a whatchamacallit. Whatever that tool is.
Herbalism?
Yes, that's the one. Thank you.
Can I use guidance?
Yeah.
Cool.
I have a thing that I need to send you.
What do I should I use intelligence or wisdom?
That's up to you. I'm fine with either. It's kind of your call because wisdom is medicine, intelligence is nature, so I'm fine with either.
All
right. I'm marking it down. There will be emails.
All right.
Until we get it set up on your sheet. Anything anyone else would like to do before Betty bye?
How many more bottles of whiskey can you fit in there now? Just out of curiosity.
A good portion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you can fit at least 6 more in there.
So before I had 8 in there
Mm-hmm.
and was carrying 2. So if I can just put 2 more in there.
Yeah, I think you actually had 6, 7, 8. I have 9 written down that you already.
Well, they're all in there now, except for the
You're
one
good.
that I gave to Fent and the one that is as of yet unreported.
Just marking them all in. Lovely. The curious
trying to
case
get away.
of the bag.
I wasn't trying to get away with that white collar. Rolling, I was rolling
Wow.
at disadvantage.
Rude.
So it is a strong 11 on if Isabel was so kind as to at least let him observe or something. Of
Oh, I
the
love
like.
it. Yeah. All right. All right.
I guess I should have asked what.
You're taking it in. You're
Yeah,
taking
I
it
should,
in.
should have asked what check do I roll if I'm observing the
Ah.
mixing of herbs.
I like it. You. It's like you haven't seen that for a while, but you're taking it in.
He's got the strangest erection.
Feel the Ramsey coming through.
No.
As darkness falls upon the group, it's already 8:24, so we're going to take a quick break. I got to pee. And then we'll be back as the sun rises, as it were.
I still remember it, as vivid now as it was those 5 years ago, the day everything changed. People have many names for it now. The Skyfall, the Day of Calamity, the Reckoning, and of course, the Burning. Though its anniversary marks the end of the primordial incursion, it is not a day of celebration nor festival. It is a day of remembrance, of fear, and of quiet contemplation. For above all, that was the day the gods vanished. As the Vale's elite fight for control of the region, grasping and clawing for power in the vacuum created by the events surrounding the Burning, the common folk are faced with the uncertainty brought on by the ever-growing list of factions vying for control of the many cities and kingdoms of the Vale. Outside the walls of these cities, where the cutthroat politics and warring factions are the main dangers, is a world of vastly untamed wilderness. Though the civilizations of the region may be dangerous and corrupt, they represent points of light in a vast darkness. Only those with true means of protecting themselves have even the smallest chance of survival when faced with the foreboding darkness of the burnt lands.
You have been chosen, each and every one of you, for a reason. That reason is unique for each of you. Some of you because of who you are. Others because of what you have accomplished thus far. And the rest for the potential that lies within you, waiting to
to come to the surface. This charter beyond the God's Wall will shape the kingdom of Briarwood, if not the entire realm of mortals, in this age of ash and in the ages to come. You chosen few will lead us in the refounding of the Vale of L'Oreal, in the name of the kingdom of Briarwood and the Dawn. Now go forth and bring glory upon our kingdom. The hope of the realm is upon you, and the faith of Briarwood shall be with you every step of the way. Who is... Last watch is always Anna, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna do last with Anna, but only like the last half of it.
Steven's up as well.
I go random watch. I don't really care. Second? Sure.
Beautiful. There is a moment on Last Watch. You know, like in a fun 90s sitcom, when someone opens like a closet door and there's like a tumbling of like bowling pin sounds, like, you know, have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
A bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to see where that goes in this context.
A bunch of stuff falls out. At the beginning of that watch, Clavius's tent as a lot of things start filling up Clavius's tent from an extra dimensional space. It's enough noise to wake the surrounding people.
Good.
So anyone would actually be awake to a lot of sound. Clavius, in your tent, as you invert the backpack, kind of dumping it out, a lot of things fill your tent. And you are just among a bunch of stuff. A bunch of random stuff. Which we can go over if you all wish.
I was to say, hearing the sound, I would rush over and like open a tent and be like, "What is happening?"
Yeah, you find kind of Clavius like kind of amongst a bunch of shit.
Even will go over there as well.
I'm gonna just read through the list at first.
Yes.
Everything is totally fine. Nothing is hurt, broken. But it does all kind of fly out with a lot of force.
Nothing to see here. Carry on.
Go about your business.
So is he dumping the bag, or is stuff literally just like flying out of the bag like someone's tossing it out of the bag?
You'll have to ask him that. Because it all flew
when
out
I walk
of the
in,
bag
is he
one way or
holding the
another.
bag or not?
He is holding the bag, yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
On the ground in your tent, Clavius. A spyglass. And don't worry about typing all this shit out, I can send it to you. A spyglass. A component pouch. Inks and fine paper worth 250 gold pieces. That's a lot of inks and fine paper. Fancy robes. A hilt of a blade with a like somewhat broken blade. It has like these like blue gems on it. A bottle of wine, still intact. 11 bottles of whiskey. A fine component pouch. More info once you open it. A dead goblin. A necklace with a brilliant red gem. A set of dragon chess that is very nice and looks to be worth 150 gold pieces. An abacus. And that is everything on the ground.
Seeing the dead goblin, I'm gonna turn my head and yell, "Xerxes, come over here quick! Clavius just pulled a pig out of his bag! And that's not a euphemism!"
Perfect.
Does it smell really bad now?
Well, it's not terrible, the smell.
So Xerxes did not hear the initial bag breaking, so he's just being kind of jolted awake by Saru's yelling. And so he's kind of like, he's walking over, he's kind of rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. What were you saying, Saru? What about what the hell is that?
See, he just pulled, like, look, there's a pig, just like we fought earlier. He just pulled it out of his bag. Along with all this stuff. I mean, Clavius, come on, I know you needed room for your whiskey, but this is a little extreme, right?
Well, I think we just made lots of room.
There's a label on the wine bottle?
There's not.
Ah, boo. That would have been a great Easter egg moment, Michael.
I was thinking about Champagne de l'Estompe, but that doesn't make sense.
So what's your plan, Clavius? Did you intend to dump these all out?
Anna would.
Were you looking for something specific?
If Clavius wouldn't like yell, Anna would go and like go look at the necklace.
No, it's all laying out there.
Can she do?
Can you tell what it is?
Well, Connor knows what it is.
Possibly because Michael typed it.
Possibly because Michael typed it. So I don't know if I'd have any reason to do an Arcana check, but an investigation or Arcana.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it and even doing an Arcana check, it does. There's like this like glittering like white sparkles kind of inside the gem that looks magical, visible inside the red gem.
Can she try to identify it more specifically, or would she just have no idea?
You could try with an Arcana check. It would be difficult, but you can try. 21, yeah. You've heard of something like this before. You know that is a periaptive wound collision.
Isabel, are you up and around this, or are you still in your tent?
We had tents?
Or are you around this tent, or are you sleeping somewhere?
Is someone dying?
Oh, I was actually asking you, Croft.
Oh. No, she's not.
I was just trying to figure out where Isabel was in all this.
No, she
the
doesn't
response
care.
is the same.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab the. No, never mind.
Currently, the periaptive wound closure can be found in handouts, items, we will move it to whoever's folder will eventually be wearing it. Unless you just want to throw it in the fucking river or whatever, that's fine too. You can do.
We don't need that.
But that's currently where you can find it. Since it has been identified.
No books, and a book did not come out?
Not that you can see, no.
Okay.
Anna
will walk over to Clavius holding and say, this is a magic item. I haven't seen it. I've only heard of it, but it will help you if you're in a tough spot. It will help you heal, and should help you regain life a little better at night. I suggest you hold on to it. It is, you will find it useful. And she'll offer it to him. Like, she'll hold out her hand, holding the necklace in her hand.
This helps people who are hurt?
Yes, if you are in a fight, it can help you stay alive. If you are hurt, it can help you feel better the next day.
So it should probably go to somebody who needs the most
You will need
help.
to... Yes, but the person who wears it will need to... They will need to get used to it. You can't just put it on and have it work. Have you ever been around an item like this?
I would rather trust in the strength of my shield than in the power of something I don't understand. Perhaps someone else would benefit more from this wizardry, based on what I've heard. Probably not Xerxes. He seems to hate wizards.
Well,
Clavius, just take the darn necklace. She's offering it you. It's gonna help you in the future. Plus, it'll look good.
I mean, on that, she'll take it back. She'll take it.
While you both are here, or while you all are here, let's go ahead and open these pouches before I get all of the visitors out of my tent.
Steven will look at the fine component pouch.
Anna will put on the necklace and start dragging the goblin out of Clavius' tent.
Wait. How much would you say that goblin weighs, Anna?
I have no idea. I guess I could do some sort of...
I know specifically.
Okay. He's not light.
I give Anna my plate mail to hold in one hand and the goblin to hold in the other.
How much does your plate mail weigh?
Anna cannot hold both. A
65.
Goblin. Yeah, she's gonna
nearly as much.
The goblin is nearly as much?
The goblin weighs 60 pounds.
Perfect. 30 feet of movement. Okay.
Clavius, did this goblin just break into your encampment?
No, he dumped it out of his bag.
Came out of the bag, which means it was in the tower.
It came out. Was it alive? Did it? How? What? Visibly confused.
Steven, you open the fine component pouch?
Sure.
There is inside a pearl. There's actually two pearls. One pearl, worth 125 gold pieces. One pearl worth 100 gold pieces. There is a diamond worth 60 gold pieces. Incense and charcoal bouquet worth 65 gold pieces. Gold dust worth 50 gold pieces. Powdered diamond worth 200 gold pieces. And gem-infused chalks worth 125 gold pieces.
Dang.
Also, I can just send that.
Yeah.
So you can read it.
So who all is around the tent now? Everybody or not? Everybody but Isabel?
Not Isabel.
And Anna's dragging the goblin away.
Maybe
And
not Arthur.
Nick has not said if
Arthur's probably watching from a distance, but he's not all up in that business.
Clavius will kind of look over on his shoulder at Arthur and say, "We're splitting these. Don't worry."
Can I want to do two things. Well, okay. Hey, Clavius, do you have any reason to hold on to that dragon chess set, or can I borrow it for a minute?
Do you
I
play?
won't sell it. If you want to sell it, I'll give it back to
Do
you.
you play?
Yeah, I played a few. I was actually thinking of, I don't know, are you wanting to play? Because I was thinking I might challenge Isabel to a game later on when she's, awake.
I will put that on my list of things to learn right after the instrument. I do not know how to play.
Oh, lovely. I can teach you.
I'm looking forward to it. And, quickly gives him the chess set to kind of end that exchange.
And then can I examine the fancy robes?
Yeah. And anytime that someone takes something, please make sure to mark it somewhere on your sheet exactly what it is, because it could disappear forever if you don't. Yeah, the robes are very well made robes of a dark blue color. They are pretty much spotless. Just very nice dark blue robes.
Do they look like a... I wouldn't know that. Are there pockets? In the robe? On the robe?
There are, yes.
What a great
Can
question.
I feel the pockets?
Yes.
Reach in the pockets? Pull anything out of the pockets?
Empty. A little bit of lint. Just a wee bit of lint. Otherwise empty.
I turn the robe upside down and shake it. Pretending, and then when nothing comes out, I'm gonna look at Clavius and be like, well, it worked for you. How big are the robes? Who would it fit? Just roughly
looking,
based on
it would
at
fit. It would Arthur. It would roughly.
I'm gonna hold it up and ask if anybody wants this. Otherwise, I'm gonna go give it to Arthur. I will say that to everybody. All right. I'll run over to Arthur. Be like, hey, look, they've got these cool robes. It looks like they'll fit you. They'll probably look good on you, too. Make you look more, sleuthy.
Thank you. Kat, do you have any idea what they do?
I mean, it's just a robe. It looks cool. And I already checked the pockets. There's nothing in it. Sorry.
Well, I agree with you. I think they'd bring out the color and Fent's eyes.
Would Fent want something like that? Would he fit in this? He's a little bit bulkier than you, right?
I think so, just a bit, but you know how he is. He likes to show off the muscles. I think he'd be flattered if you took him to him.
Well, all right. I guess I'll hold on to it. If you really don't want it.
No, go give him to Fent. I'm sure he'd love it.
All right. Have you seen Fent lately?
He's over there fishing for sea fish. Sea bass. Grass bass.
Grass. He's finding worms. Finding bait.
He's fishing for bait. He's got a dead fish on the end of his line. He's trying to get the worms to come.
Perfect.
It's a real circle of life.
Well, you can't say I never give you anything. You guys just
Real.
didn't. You guys just didn't check.
Can we can we check that regular component pouch?
It is just your run-of-the-mill component pouch. If you are like, I don't know what I think all casters except bards maybe need components. Wizard, sorcerer, whatever. It just has your gold piece components in it. So any components that are not worth a gold piece. Wizards can also cast through like arcane whatchamacallits. I should know this. That's what True
Arcane focus.
Thank you. Yeah, True had an arcane focus. She didn't have. No, she had a component pouch. I don't fucking remember. Yeah, it's like when a spell says that you need bat guano. The component component pouch has bat guano in it, but it doesn't have anything worth gold pieces inside.
Gotcha.
Because most of the things worth gold pieces you need to use when you cast the spell. Not all of them. They'll say specifically.
All right, let's investigate Paragus Planeswalker here. Or some random goblin henchman, whatever it is.
Anna's dragged him away, and she'll do an investigation on the goblin just to see if there's anything interesting on the goblin farther away from the tent.
The goblin's not wearing much as far as clothes go. But yeah, there is nothing interesting on him as far as you can tell. It is a boy. You can tell that.
He will leave the boy goblin sort of on the outskirts of where they're staying.
Lovely.
So Xerxes is still confused, mainly because he hasn't woken up. So he's doing an investigation of the tent to see where the goblin gained entry.
Love that. He must have went through the flap, as far as you can tell. Because there are no entry holes in the tent otherwise.
Interesting.
Stephen will ask. Clavius, so you were just messing with the backpack and turned it upside down and everything just fell out all at once?
Yeah, so for the last hour, I was trying to think of everything. You know, we originally thought of the rock, we thought of the potion, and then Anna thought of the books, and so I was just thinking thing after thing after thing after thing after thing, and wasn't finding. Nothing was coming out other than the whiskey. And finally, just out of frustration, I just took it up, turned it upside down, and shook it. And because why wouldn't you?
He entered through the tent flap, right?
He did, right through the tent flap, like he was drawn by the backpack. So yeah, I don't know if there's more stuff in there, but all of this stuff fell out.
Very strange.
Hey, Steven? You're about as big as that goblin, right?
Not getting in the backpack's through.
Oh. Okay.
You can get in the backpack. I'm not getting in the backpack.
How tall is Steven again?
I don't know.
I assume he weighs more than 60 pounds.
Yeah.
Curious.
We'll say 6 foot or 5'11".
Yeah, he's tall and skinny.
Yeah.
But on Tinder, he's 6 foot.
Well, he's only 16, so he's still growing. So we'll say he's not at 6 foot level yet.
He's a growing elf.
Yeah.
Well, what an exciting morning. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Well,
where's the fine components going?
Can I also...
Even took the fine components.
Alright.
Can I look at the blade hilt? And is there there any like other parts of the blade in there, or is it literally just the hilt?
What you
fragments or anything?
No, I mean there is like a portion of the blade still, but it like is like broken off.
So
it has it's like it'd probably be the size of like a dagger. Just judging by it's pretty small. And it's carved like out of some kind of dark stone, it looks like. All one piece. And then it has these small gems kind of decorating it, and the gems are kind of a tealish color.
Hey Xerxes, you think you and I could put our brains together and maybe put this thing back together?
Perhaps. I'm no smith, but I do know enough to be dangerous.
Well, I say we give it a try. I mean, we can't really break it any more than it's already broken, right?
Very true.
Clavius, you fine with that? If we try to fix it up?
Yeah, so Clavius doesn't care who takes what, but he is taking mental note of everything and where it's going with people just out of curiosity as to what motivates them. Like, obviously, a goblin, for some reason, motivates Anna. Sword motivates. So, I mean, Xerxes is a little easier to figure out. He wants to tinker around with this sword hilt, but just kind of taking mental notes of what people value.
Love it. All right. Anything else?
I'll walk away from the group just a little bit. Just kind
Yeah.
of like, okay, everybody's taking all this stuff. Can I study the robe again, and by doing so, use identify?
You can. Oh my god, the super zoom. I just zoomed in so far. You said on the robe.
Yeah.
The item is non-magical. It is just a set of fine robes.
You never give us anything.
It's a robe of invisibility.
What?
It's a robe of softness.
Literally a robe.
While so Saru,
It's a robe. It's a robe of Lacoste.
so while Saru's like looking at the robes, Anna would like to come up and look at them and do some sort of check to see if she can like, I don't know, tell if they're associated, like they're really nice, if they're like associated with like a part of the world, or if there's like something. Yeah.
Identify the fashion trends.
Roll a history check.
You'll notice that the little alligator is a symbol of Storotown.
Yeah, you're unsure. I mean, they're custom made as much as everything is at this. You know, like there are a bunch of like small like details that you can tell they're very nicely made. Like nobility would wear something like this. It's maybe a little showy in certain circles, but yeah, you're unable to tell, you know, where this would be from exactly.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else?
I think I am actually going to take the end of the watch with Anna as planned.
All right.
Just for the sake of time, can we just split the gold pieces of those various things amongst the seven of us?
You gotta sell them if they're gonna be sold.
Yeah, that's fine. Like the abacus or the papers or whatever. You'll have to wait until you get to a place that you can sell. Is the issue? because you can't sell them right now. But once you get back to Briarwood or wherever else you're going, then you may be.
I heard Grey Forge had great pricing on abacuses.
They might.
Those halflings would buy it.
You know, actually, you could go try to find those boys.
Yikes.
I'm going to take a hard right and head to Grey Forge.
Anna will not read and will spend the rest of the watch, however long she needs to attune.
Okay. Yeah, it would be an hour, and
Yeah.
I think I put the card in your thingy.
Yep, I got it.
Beautiful. Great. What else? What else? What else?
I'm gonna study the dagger.
Okay.
In pieces. And by doing that, I'm gonna start like putting it together, kind of like a puzzle.
Or so
And
there
by
are
doing
no other pieces of it.
Oh, I thought
it
you
just
said there
has
were.
a portion of the blade. It's still attached. So there aren't any broken pieces of it. It's just a single hilt with a small portion of blade that's broken. Sorry, I made it sound like it was broken off. It is
Yes.
broken off, but it's missing the upper
blade is not
portion of the
there.
blade.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's like a small like portion
Okay.
of it.
Then never mind.
That's missing. You can study it if you would like.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'll look at it, but yeah, I had something else in mind. So if I just do a closer examination,
roll an
or
investigation check, will you?
something or other. Boop. Damn.
Do a little thing.
Nothing to see there.
Boop boop bob. Oh, lovely! I just saw your roll. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you find. Really.
Nothing to see here, as far as you're concerned. Looks like a broken dagger hilt with some gems on it. What else you got?
Okie dokie.
Anything else? Anybody?
Yeah, Clavius is going to watch as Anna uses her hour to become friends with her item. And just after that's done, but just before everybody's up, he will ask her, Anna, when we first started this, I want to fall behind. And when we talked last about becoming someone new, I got the impression that you liked having the strength and power that your conditioning gives you. Can I ask, before you became this someone new, what were you? What drove you to that?
Anna will stare pretty hard at Clavius. Yes, one probably does not cut and poison themselves for sport without a drive. Call it a family issue. I was raised to seek power. Not for myself, but on behalf of others. And that didn't quite work out for me. So I'm trying again. But old habits die hard, do they not? So I guess I still seek it, just in a new way. It's probably not the answer to your question, but...
Clavius will just nod, and he on purpose waited until the last minute, just because he didn't want to press it too much, and figured she probably wouldn't either. But just kind of gives his best understanding nod.
As people are stirring and starting to come around, she'll laugh and be like, just blame it on my family. Things you have to do to fit, to stay, to be a part. That's what you'll leave him with.
All this sparring. I just love all the sparring. Morning greets you all. A peaceful night with some of the best sleep you ever had until someone opened a closet full of bowling pins in their tent. But you were able to get back to sleep and gain another night's rest. With that, I don't know if anyone has any hit points that they need to re-up, but do your hit dice if you need them. I think we're all pretty good. The clear night sky gives way to another overcast morning, and a blanket of gray clouds covers the plains, and then, a little bit of forest ahead, eventually. Anything anybody's doing this morning before we get on our way? Rolling hills, small clusters of trees. Otherwise, grassy plains awaits.
Isabel might just try and quickly inspect some of the foliage nearby.
Yeah. Roll a nature check. There's your calendar. Update. Lovely. Inspecting the region, it's actually fairly normal. Normal of what you would expect in these grasslands. There's nothing too exciting. You're able to gather a few herbs here and there, but nothing out of the ordinary.
All right.
All right. Seeing nothing. We're all good here. Just, don't want to stomp all over somebody. About halfway through the day. Again, you notice something on the horizon. Two creatures, winged, flying. You watch on. You note they're flying in a direction that actually looks like it could cross fairly close to your path. If they are to stay on their current trajectory. They're a ways off currently, but you can spot them. there's a chance they can spot you too, if you can see them so well. There are a few clusters of trees in the area, but nothing overly thick. Is there anything you'd like to do as you see these two Vroks flying over the plains?
Make for the trees.
Hide.
Weapons. Xerxes, your sniper.
Can't we just let them fly by without an incident?
It's just precautionary.
Precautionary sniper. Shoot him a few times. What is your intent, my beloved group?
Arthur will, bow at the ready, knock an arrow. From the cover of some shade tree that he's found.
Okay.
Anna will follow suit.
I mean, it sounds like we're all headed for the trees, weapons ready, just waiting to see what happens.
Why don't we have a nice group check? We'll call it stealth. And see how we do. Team.
Whoops.
Not bad.
Stealth is not one of your 10 favorite things, Xerxes.
I mean, when I call it, you know?
You do.
Xerxes, too soon.
Not bad. Let me just do this. I feel like it's more fun if we just sit on this map for just a little while. Feels fun.
That looks like the pattern of a rug Amanda should get.
Yeah, I know, right?
Nice chartreuse.
Nice yellow chartreuse. As you guys kind of ready yourselves and watch on, rocks coming ever closer, you kind of tightening on your bowstrings. You hear a sound of air moving in pattern. The sound doesn't quite match that of either of the Vrock's wings, which is the first thing that takes you. It's obviously the sound of some other creature that you currently do not see until a large shape bursts forth from the clouds above the Vrock's. A jet black creature, emitting a green mist into the face of the Vrock's as it flies bursting through the clouds from above. Claws and teeth. A massive roar bursts out across the plains, and shrieks that you have heard once before, emitting from the Vrock's spectacles, fill the skies. Nick, you weren't here that time. The spectacles, it was the whole thing.
No, it sounds like Taruk Makhtau is back at it.
As you guys stand there with your shit all drawn, watching this aerial dogfight of what can only appear to be some kind of black lizard with wings, a dragon perhaps. Saru. You feel an intense burning sensation behind your right shoulder blade. it almost makes you like cower over with the pain. But it feels like someone is holding a torch to your shoulder. You all watch on, kind of mesmerized by this aerial dogfight, as the dragon tears the throat from one of the Vroks, letting the large beast fall hundreds of feet and impact the ground with a large thud a few miles off. As the remaining Vrok attempts to fend off the attacks of this black worm with a few claws and bites of its own. However, it's all in vain as the black winged beast eventually dispatches the second Vrok, tearing it in two between its massive hind claws. You watch as this dragon circles the sky in the area where it fell the Vroks before roaring a horrible roar into the air and flapping its wings up through the clouds and out of view. Saru, the feeling dissipates, and you all are now standing around this tree, kind of dumbstruck.
Well, that was quite something.
Did it look just totally one-sided, the fight?
It was about 30 seconds, and there was some back and forth, but it looked pretty one-sided, yeah.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
How common knowledge are dragons in this world?
So, dragons, people talk about, they were around a long time ago. People know that. People talk about that. But they disappeared for a long time, and then there wasn't a sighting of one noted for a long time. Early on in the timeline, there is a notation of the first dragon is seen in the Vale in hundreds of years. And that was the only sighting.
So,
dragons.
Just kind of grew up with them as like myth and legend sort of thing.
Myth and legend, but people know they existed. Kind of, you know.
Was the fight like directly like north of us where we want to be walking?
It was to the east, not necessarily to the north.
Wow. You were right, Arthur. Very dangerous path.
Arthur, what's Isabel up to?
Isabel is looking a little dumbstruck, surprised to see one. She hasn't said anything yet, though.
Arthur would walk over to her. I'm gonna roll to see how well he does keeping it together. About that well. Maybe a little bit of shakes. By the look on your face, that wasn't there the last time, was it?
I can definitely say that's not a primordial. At least, yeah. No, I've never seen one. If that's what I think it is.
Can I roll I'm sorry.
I'd like to think that my senses have been leading me astray, but I don't think that's what just happened.
Yeah. Well, at least so it wasn't in the direction of Bray, right?
Nope. A couple miles to the east.
Let's just hope it stays away from Bray.
We cannot be caught in the open. It'll be the death of us if we do.
Well, lead the way.
Xerxes, you're about to talk.
Oh, and Nate was about to talk. Can I roll maybe perception or something? Did Xerxes notice Saru kind of, being in pain, or no?
I took a knee, basically. I
So
didn't say that.
did
but
we all saw?
I
we all
basically
saw?
took a knee and was just basically stared at the dragon.
Yeah.
Gotcha. But was it like because you don't respect the flag, or? What was it? Was it a knee in pain, or was it a knee in reverence?
Well, yeah, it's really I support reptilian atrocities.
Oh god.
Be sure to clip that one too.
So good.
So yeah, it was basically took a knee, stared up, put my left hand over my right shoulder, basically. And
All right, then
more or
I-
less
I-
haven't stopped staring at the sky.
Saru, are you doing okay? You look like you're in pain.
It's a little bit of that. Also, just I can't believe I actually saw one. I've heard so many stories about dragons and how they used to be all around, and what did I think of? And then they were hunted, and then they either went into hiding, or some people believe they were completely extinct, but clearly they're not. And it's so cool to be able to see such a mythical creature actually in person.
No, I heard the stories when I was a child, of the first, the first sighting in many years, but I didn't honestly believe them. But after the incursion and the burning, nothing really surprises me anymore. But it did look like more than shock, Saru. Were you playing the harp too hard? Did you injure your shoulder?
I don't know. It just kind of felt like a weird, I don't know, almost a burning sensation, I guess.
Is that normal in your cat's anatomy?
No, it's definitely not.
You know where you were getting your milk? Were you sticking things where they shouldn't be stuck?
No, we've already had the discussion about milk.
Keep me in the
Hey,
loop.
Michael.
What's up?
Can I insight check Saru?
Yeah.
He seemed different than normal.
He definitely is a little less like Sarui. As far as what you're trying to get, you ask Preston, and he'll let you know, because that's a pretty good insight check.
Just curious if it seems like Saru has more of a connection to dragons than he's leading on. Because he usually talks with such confidence and knowingness, or at least knowing when he's not knowing.
So anything he knows about dragons is just on what stories he's been told by other travelers, which is basically what he just told Xerxes. Which is just plenty of old stories. They used to be prevalent, you know, large, vastly, not wild. I deleted the email, but, you know. It's something Michael sent me a long, long time ago when I asked specifically about dragons, and it was just kind of free knowledge.
Yeah, so
like typical like dragon story of, you know, all powerful creatures, people started hunting them and then they disappeared.
Yeah, he's more in awe maybe than he has.
It's awe and excitement because it was one of those things where hearing all the stories gets him excited, and he kind of hearing that there was potentially a sighting back in like 1400 or however long ago it was. It was one of those things where it was kind of like he was hoping he would get a chance to see one. And now that he saw one, he's like, they were right. It's still, you know, they're still around. Plus, it just murdered two things that basically almost murdered this entire party in like 30 seconds. So it's kind of like, oh shit.
So a little bit of shaking, a little bit of awe sort of thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was a follow-up question I had as well, is did we witness that dragon just decimate those two for fun / they were in the wrong place?
I mean, it tortured them, and it did not collect their bodies for food,
Okay.
if that's what you're asking.
Yep, yeah, that's what I was after. No rotisserie rock. Okay.
It let them fall to the earth.
Plop, plop.
Mm-hmm. Much like the body of Sir Garen.
Not as far of a fall, though.
So what's the plan, gang?
Probably should head out, right?
How far away are we from the confluence at this moment?
You should probably be able to reach the crossing at the confluence by nightfall. You'll reach like where the woods kind of begin, kind of at dusk-ish. So that's kind of up to you what you want to do. If you want to kind of go into those to hide from the dragon, or whatever. I heard you say something about that earlier. Or if you want to travel to the bridge, take the bridge, sleep on the other side, it's kind of all up to you.
Where's that bridge at?
What's that?
Where's that bridge at?
Let's go to the map. So basically, within the next 4 hours, you'll reach the start of the woods, which will be about 6 o'clock. You can push further, probably another 2-3 hours to reach the bridge, where you're looking to sleep for the evening.
Is the
by the time you would cross the bridge, it would be dark.
Going over the Lemnach or the Heart?
Yeah, the Lemnach.
Or both. Okay. Dope. Dope.
Yeah, it does not go over the Heart, because that would lead just into the forest. People did not have much of a reason to travel into the middle of the Lemnach woods.
Alright, if we make the push now, like I think we should be able to make the Skultat by nightfall and maybe even make the Coil TN going slightly after that. We'll have to push hard, and I think we can make it and get out of sight of that beastie.
Sounds like a plan.
Clavius will like strongly back Arthur, kind of in a way that like lets him know that whatever he says now that we're up here, he will agree with.
Ranger gonna range?
There should be a bridge across the Lemnak, just to the west of the Skultad. If we can get across there, then we have the option to either cross the Heart and get into the Coil Tien, or move alongside the Heart River leading up towards Bray. I think we can make that decision once we get there, but we should get there before and make it with haste.
We follow your lead.
Arthur, would you roll a survival check? And is it your intent to kind of veer into the woods or to go straight for the bridge, like through the open field?
No, we are going to snuggy snug up to the woods, and at the risk of exhausting ourselves, we would stop short. If there's ever a point that we have to decide whether we are going to make that bridge or stop short at these woods, he would at least have a game time decision with the crew as to whether we would do that or not. Just kind of knowing that the advantage at night would likely be with a dragon versus the party, and that we would be better suited in woods than not at night.
Love it. All right. We travel for a ways. Reaching the woods, it's actually kind of a pretty sight at this time of night, because this is kind of the first glimpse that you're getting of the leaves starting to change. Yellows and oranges kind of dot the greens for the trees that do change, in this northern landscape. So you're kind of sticking closer to the woods. There's sparse trees in the area which help you with that good roll. Gain some cover from plausible aerial threats that may be in the region. There is something interesting, though, that you do come upon. About 100 feet ahead, you catch sight of, through some trees, of what looks like a building. Hard to tell. Looks like kind of maybe an outbuilding, farmhouse, possibly. A hunter's lodge. It's, difficult to tell from here. It's a wooden building. Few hundred feet away. What do you do?
Xerxes.
Yeah, Arthur?
Do you have something other than a handbanger handy in a fight?
Why would I need that?
I just think that if we are in the territory of something like what we saw this afternoon, it's best that we don't draw attention to ourselves. Don't you think?
Personally, I'd rather be alive. Without my weapon, I'm just another old man with a dagger.
Right, maybe a last resort kind of thing, perhaps.
I don't plan on putting our party in danger, but I do intend on defending myself to the utmost of my own abilities, regardless of what's flying in the sky or what may be lurking in the trees.
Sure. Mayhaps you take watch outside, and Anna and I can go investigate that lodge.
Whatever you think is best, Arthur. I don't think there's a dragon going to be sleeping in there, but whatever you think. Xerxes walks away, a little frustrated at the conversation.
Anna.
Yes, Arthur?
You want to go look at that lodge?
I will go with you.
No, Stephen, no, you stay here.
Steven wasn't going anywhere. You don't get to put words into his mouth.
Take your dirty words out of Steven's mouth.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Clavius will make sure Arthur and Anna have some sort of signal if they're in a bind ready, so we're not just sitting around twiddling our thumbs while they're getting killed.
Love it. What would you like that signal to be, friends? Game of make-believe. Tell me. Sounded good. It sounded like a real bird noise.
Sounded like a real chicken.
How far away is the group?
You say a couple 100 feet?
Yeah, currently I have the group at 85 feet, but I can move you back. You tell me.
I'm just going to stay behind the closest tree.
Love it.
85 feet.
Closest tree it is. There you are. Closest tree. I mean, closest tree would be even this tree over here. But,
yeah.
Arthur
that's too close.
Arthur and Anna, if you are my scouting party, you have full control over your tokens. Just let me know what you're doing at all times.
Arthur.
With great descriptive language.
With a longbow drawn and an arrow knocked, will begin moving to the west stealthily, intending to follow the western tree line as he approaches what seemingly appears to be the front of the lodge.
Anna will follow.
Roll me some stealth checks. Just one for each of you would be great.
God damn it.
Arthur steps on a very loud branch. Everyone looks at him.
Yeah, camera rock's not on, Michael.
It's not. It should be.
You were worried about me breaking stealth.
I drew. Let me bring a different camera rock and see.
It's not a gun!
Maybe the camera rock is wrong. How about now?
There it is, yeah.
Oh wow, so I dragged the wrong camera rock. Alright. Sorry, camera rock.
That was the camera rock from 40 years ago that's going to make an appearance.
Must have been the wrong camera rock. Arthur and Anna, you can see ahead of you this porch area here. The door that appears to be the front door is right here. There are some windows that are very dirty. And this is some kind of wooden structure in disrepair. Kind of just looks like a farmhouse. Maybe some family house lived here. It's 2 stories.
What time of day is it?
Dusk.
Okay.
So it's still light outside, but probably not for that much longer.
Should we check it out? Might be a place to wait of the dragon if no one's in there.
Aye. Arthur will move forward 20 feet. Also stealthily.
Nothing seems to change.
So move forward another 20 feet.
Tell me if you'd like to do anything other than move stealthily.
Also stealthily. At this point, he's going to begin. I mean, I'm guessing windows are still dirty enough, but not seeing any light or movement from within.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Are you kidding me?
Arthur, it's hard to tell.
It's always hard to tell.
Anna, you don't see any light or anything coming from any of the windows. They
Bad at
are
this game.
massively dirty and kind of fogged over, like years have gone by without them being cleaned. But yes,
it looks pretty abandoned. Let's check the door.
I can't see.
I'm blind. I poked myself in the eyes. Twice.
Anna will stealth up to the door. Let me know if I can do another roll.
One more stealth check, if you will, would be great.
Let's go for 3. That is what I'm fucking talking about. That's a turkey, you guys. That is a
Unreal.
turkey.
I cannot believe that.
Thank God you're inspecting a shed and not finding something.
As far as you know. Anna definitely like looks over to Arthur and like probably a little disparagingly. He's like, You all right, man?
He's got a fucking rock in his shoe.
Clavius looks at Xerxes to gauge his reaction at all of this.
Arthur's walking up with like bells and whistles. 3 in a row? Are you joking?
I caught that shot. I wanted that turkey.
Amazing. I can't believe it.
Well,
I hate this game.
Anna, what is it that you are doing after you look with disdain at your scouting partner?
Anna will put her bow back and draw out her sword and then open the door.
Wait, let me do that too.
I mean, you can do it.
He drops his bow.
As you feel the handle of the door and begin to like slowly creep it open, you hear something from within. Arthur, what languages do you speak?
Arthur speaks Common and Dwarvish and Orcish/Goblin.
Love it. Anna, you understand this language. It is a language that is very near and dear to your heart. It is Elvish. And it sounds like an old nursery rhyme. You hear, "Now to rest, my quiet friend. This is truly not the end. Time will pass, and you will wake. Then the world is ours to take. Now to rest, my quiet friend. This is truly not the end." As you are opening the door, let me just do this thing here. I guess you need to be there if you want to be able to see anything. I will click on this and see if this works. I'm trying a new thing. Oh, it does.
Whoa. It's a chick from Walking Dead.
As you peer into the front archway of the door, Anna, you see a scene of utter horror. Arthur, you can see this as well. The interior of this old ruin is a hideous mess of blood and entrails. For you Game of Thrones people, I mean, it's the first, the intro of the book, or, the show, the first episode of the show, with the designs in the snow. There are pieces of humanoid chopped up in a somewhat circular pattern, and there is just blood everywhere. Entrails hung on the protruding planks on the walls, pools of dried blood, flies swarming around the room, having a heyday on what looks to be this kind of merely days-old carnage. Most notably, though, in the center of the room is a kneeling figure, the source of the elven rhyme. Unlike the rest, this figure appears fully intact. Fairly tall frame, even as it kneels in the center of this mess. It wears a very interesting set of once brilliant plate mail. Dark wraps cover its face, and long platinum hair hangs, obscuring most of its gray-green skin. It props itself up using an extraordinarily long, gently curved blade. The figure is a complete mess of dried blood and grime, and looks like the image that I showed you.
So,
as you gaze upon the scene, kind of taking everything in, the figure in the center of the room slowly raises its bowing head in your general direction.
Anna will sort of try to steel herself, and then in Elven, she will do the traditional Elven greeting from the time of the Feywild, and we'll look at him and go, "I see you as you are," in Elven. Trying to indicate like this would be like a very formal thing two elves would say to each other.
He bows deeply. Says in Elven, "Not to worry, my queen. It will all be over soon. I shall protect thee from which comes forth from the darkness." And he raises his blade in a very aggressive manner. And please roll for initiative.
Oh, what a bad initiative roll that is.
So psyched right now.
I really wish I would have leveled up my character. Because I forgot about that.
Sorry, I messed that up, Michael. It's my bad.
So psyched. Oh, looks like Xerxes doesn't get to fight.
He's too pissed.
Never mind, it's a 9.5. I'll be happy. I'll be happy. I'm gonna click initiative on you again, and then I will hit it. 9 point. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh.
Tamir.
Is everybody locked in? Let me look at Anna. Something again similar to before comes over you, and you feel quicker than normal. a d8. A little bit quicker. A little bit quicker. Arthur.
What all did Arthur witness of that?
You witnessed a conversation happen in a language that you didn't understand. You probably know it's Elvish, because Elvish is fairly common, but it's not necessarily something everyone knows, but when you hear it, it's fairly easy.
Like French.
Yeah, I mean, they had a conversation. He bowed and then raised his extraordinarily long blade in your direction.
What was the mannerisms, or not the mannerisms? What was the tone of his speech back to Anna?
Pretty level, cold, but not
Arthur,
a lot of emotion in it.
We'll use a free action to give the signal.
Love it.
And we'll step forward, grabbing Anna and pulling her in an attempt to pull her in this direction. Out of the way of the door, with his offhand, his main hand holding his long sword.
You can move up to half your speed if she'll go along with you.
Anna will take a couple steps back. And I assume I need to wait on my turn to do.
No, he can essentially
like
grapple you.
Yeah, but I want to pass on more information, but I assume I need to wait till my turn if I know any more.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yep, she'll.
But Arthur, you can drag her.
Yeah.
What, 15 feet?
Yep.
And Arthur's here, and that's the end of his turn.
Love it.
Be gentle.
I won't. With cat-like speed.
Sorcerer.
Not cat-like.
With Saru-like speed.
With Saru-like speed. This elven figure dashes out of the door, non-mechanically speaking, and inhabits a stance like he has done battle many times with this massively long blade. And then he lashes out twice with the blade from 10 feet away. First one-handed, and then with two. Against Arthur. The first, critical failure. He is named. This is to confirm. Does a 17 beat your AC, Arthur?
It does.
He does not confirm his second attack, two-handed, against Arthur. A 9. He does not hit. And he's going to stay right where he is. Saru.
It's about to get lit up.
It is your go.
Yo, what's going on?
You heard a cuckoo.
Just a level 3 character in a level 4 world.
Oh boy.
Better fisher than the rest of us, though.
That's true. You leveled up
not
in
better
fishing.
than Finn. Finn's like level 30. I'm so glad you guys are not 200 feet back. Can I just reiterate that? That is...
A benevolent DM.
Yeah, you said, Clavius said closest tree.
Clavius, my man.
He's your guy.
So I'm gonna move there. I'm gonna look over to see what's going on. See that
Something's happening.
seemingly is being farther. Now we're gonna let that group. And
Then he pulled out his gun.
one character.
I'll get there.
That's my turn. Relaying information.
Alright. The clave.
How does action surge work with movement? Can I dash, action surge, and move again and swing, or not?
What is action surge? Like, what is it?
He
Is
gets
it
an
to-
extra action.
Yeah, but is it an action to do it? I don't think so.
No, it's just.
Is it a bonus action? Is it
No,
just, you
it's
do
just
it?
a thing.
Yeah, then you can just do it whenever.
So I could dash
Yeah.
60 and move 30 and hit if I can get there?
Yes.
You can dash 60 as your action, and then action surge gives you an extra action.
And
Yeah.
he's saying, so he's going to use his movement to go 30 feet. He's then going to dash
To
to
get
go
an extra
60.
30.
Well, no, he wants to dash to go 60 with his action.
Action
Well,
doesn't get you 60,
action
though.
doesn't get
You only get
60.
30.
Action gets you an additional 30.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be able to make it unless you. I mean, you can double move, and then you get
Yeah.
action surge to get an extra 30 to go 90.
Yeah,
Take
it
another
depends.
dash.
I'm not sure where your character is, but there.
At the end of the 90, can I attack?
No.
No.
I mean,
because you'd be using your action surged action to move.
To move. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case,
You
I
can get 60.
I'll just move up then. Yeah, that's all I'll do.
The X.
So hang on. Saru's relayed the information, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Steven's going to say really loudly, and Xerxes, remember, don't use your gun unless it's a last resort.
Speaking
So, Xerxes steps out from behind the tree and yells out, "Hey Arthur, do you want to try? You want me to try knifing this guy, or should I go ahead and shoot him?" And then he shoots him.
All right, he has a cover bonus.
Does he?
Because of Anna and Arthur.
Oh, that's no problem.
Just a little cover bonus. That's all.
Even from this far?
No, now he probably doesn't.
Okay, good. I don't remember my exact range, but with my, I think it's something like 240 feet.
Yeah, you have your new sniper rifle. Gives you
Nate?
quite ridiculous range.
Do you envision your gun being a high-pitched sound, a low-pitched sound, or a mid-tone sound?
I mean, it sounds like a desert eagle.
Okay.
It's loud. I believe in the thing. It says it can be heard up to a quarter mile away.
Yeah, quite loud. It's like a real gun.
Oh boy.
Oh Jesus!
Would you? It's a confirmed battle. Would you like to confirm that? After you confirm, please make sure to give yourself another bullet.
Oh
Guys,
fuck!
guys. Ranged, if you will.
Hi, Arthur.
Dexterity
Bananas
saving throw.
in between me and that thing.
Bananas. Always watch for bananas. Dexterity saving throw, if you please. It is the night of ones, apparently.
I'm so sorry, I cannot find it.
Upper left saving throws are like right under where your name is.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's gonna fail. You are now prone, which is fun.
I feel kind of sad. All I want is pork lo mein right now.
Good thing Arthur didn't see that, Xerxes.
Firing your gun into the air.
Does it sound a little like this? Could you hear that?
You can't hear it.
No.
Xerxes, I think you don't have enough movement to stand up.
Correct.
Awesome. All right.
This is going well.
This is going well. Steven, before your turn, the character known as Tamir is going to do a thing. Arthur, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as Tamir reaches his arm out towards you.
Like a free action or some shit?
Or a legendary action.
Or 1v7.
Like a villain action, as Matt Colville likes to call them. Dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Be a good time to not crit. There you go.
You save, and you feel like kind of in your chest, like almost like like the movie Alien, almost like
or when
something.
you have the Rona.
Something wants to pop out of your chest, but nothing does. And he
He's about
looks
to Kali Mommy like in Indiana
he
Jones
looks-
Temple of Doom.
quite dissatisfied.
Don't
Steven,
do
it is your go.
Kali Ma.
Then we'll 30 feet of movement. I was playing Keeley for a minute. He'll move over to Xerxes and shoot the good old crossbow towards this boy.
You fire the crossbow and send one directly at this guy. With his hand that is already extended towards Arthur, he very quickly uses a reaction to attempt to deflect the missile. He will roll a d10 plus 3.
I'm gonna roll a new character.
Rolling a 13. He catches the missile with that brilliant roll and fires it back in your direction. 19 to hit, Steven.
Yeah, Steven, just out of complete instinct, does that.
30. A shimmering arcane field kind of emits from within Steven. Anyone around him at the time, probably only
Yeah, Xerxes
Xerxes.
looks up and sees Steven
Nate, this is perfect for Nate. When Thanos and Strange are battling in their wizard fight, like he just puts his hands up and like that force field thing Strange made. That's basically what you see.
I like it. I like it a lot.
And your own crossbow bolt deflects off of you. Anything else?
That's Steven's turn.
That was a cool back and forth.
Yeah.
Anna.
Anna would like to do a check. He mentioned the queen and protecting. Does Anna recognize him as a, as someone of like in the queen's bodyguard or an elven warrior or something like that?
Anna, you don't have to roll a check. Your quick thinking and everything, taking it all in. He does. He resembles what people who live in Greyforge would know as a blade singer. One who defends the Northern Passage from what lurks in the Labyrinth Woods. He wears the armor, which is incredibly rare and notable to those types of people, and he carries the sword that those blade singers would wield.
And I guess we've seen the sword. I guess maybe in the heat of battle, is there any to get more specifics, can I do a check?
Yeah, you can do a check. Do just an intelligence check, his fine history check, whatever you want to do. The sword is non-magical, but it is extraordinarily long. You do know that it is fragile and can be damaged. Wielded in the wrong hands.
Anna will shout. He's a blade singer. You can break his sword if you get the chance. And will she will fuck, this is stupid. She would do it. She will step up into the pocket. She will read. Okay. And she will cast. So, can we talk the mechanics of something like this? So she doesn't have any right damage on right now, but if she still amplifies this blood curse, could she get advantage if she's going to attack the sword, or is it only against the guy?
It says mark creature. So I would think it would just be on the creature.
Okay. Well, then Anna will step up with her bonus action. She will slice the blade. Good timing for that. Dealing 4 damage to herself.
Solid 4.
And will throw a bottle cap and strike with her short sword.
That'll hit.
That is her turn.
Solid 9 damage. Isabel.
So Isabel saw all that going down. And needs to get closer. She will outstretch her free hand, say a quick prayer, and cast Bless on Arthur, Clavius, and Stephen.
Hashtag blessed, yo.
So you get a d4 to your saving throws and attack rolls. I think that's all she can do.
Love it. Round 2. Arthur.
There looks to be no way that I'm squeezing between Tamir and that door, correct?
No, you can't go through an opponent's square.
Okay, I thought that would be really cool. If that's the case, Arthur will scooch a doot right here, freeing up the angle for his homies. And will just attack with his longsword rather than his better self. However, he will, for the first time in this campaign, drop one of these bad boys.
There you go.
A little hunter's mark.
And the way that I'm playing Arthur is really, he's not, and I've talked with Michael about this, is that he's not a inherently magical person. It's more of his, like, if and when I continue to do anything regarding magic with Arthur, it's going to be more of like, how can I ground these spells in just natural things? Like with Cure Wounds, I figure, I don't know, it's more like poultices and things like that. And with Hunter's Mark, I chalk it up more to like him just having a keen eye and things like that, rather than actual the magic itself. So I think that might still be something that Michael and I are working out, but I would like to not consider Arthur a particularly magical being and more so a non-magical rangery type, but I think we have to wait for, is it advanced 5e that we're waiting for?
Hell yeah. No, I mean, it's like you're just so...
Nolan
yeah, exactly. He's so extremely skilled that he knows where to hit this, person with his, to cause extra damage and all that stuff. It's just... Christopher
and
Nolan's Batman.
He will swing. Oh, good. Hang on. Okay, definitely. Okay, so 16 to hit.
Does not do it.
That's what I was worried about. Oh God, why?
Just misses.
Butts. Big fat butts. That's my time.
All right. Well, it's Tamir's turn now. And he will
big
attack.
Stinky butts.
Making 2 attacks. One-handed against Anna, 2 against Arthur. The first. An 8 does not hit. Quickly swinging with 2 hands down on Arthur. 23.
Ooh. Yep, that'd do it. Is it a con saving throw or a con check?
For concentration, saving throw.
Yep. There she is. And I get to add the d4 to that as well? I guess it doesn't matter.
And you're good. You're good. You keep concentration on.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. That's minus this 9. Cat.
Oh wow! It just did a weird thing where it rolled it for you. Don't worry about that.
I don't like it.
Yeah, you're still concentrating. I don't understand why it did that. So delayed. You're still concentrating because you already rolled it. It rolled like 3 plus 2. I don't even understand what the fuck that even means.
I think it completely re-rolled.
Yeah. Well,
because he
don't worry
rolled the
about
the Constitution save, I think it automatically triggered a concentration save. So it was a 3 on the D20 and a 2 modifier.
Doesn't make any sense. Why it did that. All right. His turn is over. He will happily stay where he is. Saru.
Great music.
Badass. I mean, this guy is just badass. So. You should just run. Run right now. Just start your own party, Saru.
Why do I have shit going on in my personal life that made me forget to level up my boy?
Rough stuff.
It's the worst.
Bartlett.
What you got, Saru?
I was muted, sorry. I was thinking anyway. I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna use my little
Super cat speed
to get up there. I'm going to so I'm gonna pull out one of my little ocarina flute things and just play this horrible screeching tone, which will in turn do that. Didn't work out. Cast at what level? It's not a level. So
Weird, I don't know why it's... Make sure to give yourself that spell slot back. I don't know.
yeah, it's probably because I think I had to add this.
Probably added it under first level instead of cantrips.
Yeah.
It's not in. Yeah, it's not in the compendium or whatever.
Yeah.
So I had to do it myself. Maybe. Anyway. So I'll do that.
Wisdom save. From me. Critical fail.
Roll a D12, Bartlett.
Yeah, he takes 12. D12. 7 points.
And then with my bonus action, I am going to. Do I have to touch? Oh, I do not. I'm gonna. I'll holler at Anna. Just saying, go all out. Just trust me. And use that.
Ooh, boy.
And then I will move the rest of my distance away.
I hate to shit on that parade, but I don't think that's allowed.
You can't double cast even though it's not.
You can. Toll the Dead is actually a cantrip.
It doesn't
Yeah.
count.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He just has it
What?
as he has it
I
as a
do
level
know the
1.
rules.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bartlett. I'll take the shield of faith, let me tell you.
Bartlett dropping rules bombs on us.
Nailed it. All right.
I fully support your decision, and I appreciate you as a character and as a person.
Saru, is your turn over?
Yes, that is quite literally everything.
Okay, because he would like
also, not to shit on Saru, but is Saru stepping in and out of reach of that bastard?
He is, but he is choosing not to use his reaction.
I was gonna say Thera, because since Shield of Faith I thought Shield of Faith was a touch. So if
Oh, so you wouldn't even had to.
Within 10, no, I would have basically gotten to like here, which really means I could move further away.
But yeah, he's choosing not to use his reaction in that way.
Gross.
He will now use a villain action to Abyssal Step. At the end of another creature's turn, Tamir can step through the Abyssal Plane, teleporting to an unoccupied space within 30 feet. They can see.
Man, fuck this guy.
He steps through the Abyssal Plane, disappearing further into the house. As he does, Abyssal Flames breathe out, harming him, as well as any creature within 5 feet. He takes 2d4. He takes 3 points of damage, and Anna and Arthur, you each take 1 point of fire damage. And it is now Clavius's turn.
Clavius was so sure he was about to get to hit something, and now he's not. So he's going to move and try to see around this corner to see what happened.
Can Anna speak out of turn? Because I assume I can see him.
Yeah.
He went inside.
That's his turn.
Xerxes.
So Xerxes is going to remain prone.
Love it.
Overwatch, baby.
What in the world is happening on this day? First there's a dragon, then a blade singer appears out of nowhere miles away from the labyrinthine woods. You're apparently a magician. And most importantly, my gun failed me. And he is going to try and repair his gun.
Oofda.
Which he does not do.
Oh no.
The gunslinger gibbet.
He's still staying prone.
You should have used the dagger.
That's my, I assume it would take an action to stand up. So.
No, half your movement.
Oh, okay.
So just 15 feet of movement to stand up. So if
No,
you'd like to stand
no,
up.
he's still. It didn't work, so he's still fiddling with his tools.
Okay. Steven.
How loud did Xerxes say all that?
I mean, you're right next to him.
No, I know I can hear him. I'm wondering if anyone else can hear him.
I mean,
I was
pretty loud.
talking in a normal voice to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
heat of battle. No one's really that close to you.
Okay, I'm just checking.
He's yelling.
At
mostly his gun, I think.
Man, I've been sitting here this entire time and I still can't decide how Steve plays. Steven will like offer his hand down to help Xerxes up. And say, not so loud, you don't need to scream it for the whole forest to hear. Does Xerxes, want help standing up, or is he just gonna sit there?
Xerxes is too engrossed in trying to fix his gun. He doesn't notice your hand, but he says, "This is a big deal, Stephen. My inventions never fail."
Amazing.
That's really funny. I think Steven's just kind of like completely taken aback by the reaction. and just go, okay, yeah. I mean, well, I bet you can fix it. Yeah, and I'm gonna go help the others, and then like as he's turning to run towards the hut, he's gonna be like, "Oh, and don't mention the magic thing, please." Okay, great, and he'll run. And he's gonna. He'll get up behind her.
Anna.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
As you enter his reach, he will use his reaction to attack.
Sure.
As he is a Talir Master. Beep. 20 to hit.
Yep.
6 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Anna will actually do her thing now and amplify an attack against him. Dealing some more damage to herself, because why not? 5, and she gets advantage on this short sword attack.
That'll hit.
So, and then she does an extra, 9 points of damage again, 4 to lightning.
That'll be.
That is an action, a bonus action, and 30 feet of movement.
Feeling it all. Isabel.
All right. Isabel saw Anna's experience of the house. I missed it on the dude's last turn. Who did he hit? I saw he hit one and missed the other.
Arthur, he hit.
He hit Arthur? Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yep.
Isabel is going to dash up here. And just barely see inside. She is going to cast Healing Word on Anna. I really wish you would stop cutting Anna, because she look injured as well when I see her.
She's injured.
Yeah, well, I know she cuts herself.
Yeah, you know how she fights.
Healing Word should get both of them.
No, Healing Word is just one person. You're thinking Mass Healing Word.
That's right.
Yeah, one more level.
One more.
She just says, "I really wish you would stop cutting yourself." And you get 10 points back.
I don't deserve you, Croft.
That blood hunter healer connection.
Especially being on the same 0.5.
Yeah, I don't deserve Croft.
So that's movement, action, and bonus action.
All right. The Arthur man.
I have a question.
Yo.
Anna started here, and she went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Does she get 6?
Anna stopped where she stopped.
30 feet. Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Do I get flanking or? Oh, okay. Nope. I'll do that for flanking.
Now you get flanking.
I couldn't
You're
see
welcome.
inside the lodge.
I was like, I promise you,
trying
I'm
to.
super stupid.
It's cool. Cool. Swinging. Hiya.
Yeah.
Oh.
That'll hit.
That'll hit.
25 to hit.
25 will hit.
Bunabar. That's Arthur's turn.
Lovely.
This guy bloody yet?
It just appeared.
Okay.
For those keeping score at home. It's his turn. He will attack both of you. Starting with Anna again. 18 to hit, Anna.
That'll do it.
With
7
the shield of
points.
faith?
That is exactly meets my AC.
Ooh. 7 points of damage, and the two-handed at Arthur. 13. Not hit. I suspect. He will stay where he is. Saru.
And then let's see, just so I can see him. And just yell a slew of obscenities at him. It's basically something along the lines of "You're compensating for that next big sword."
Oof.
Oh, some bad wisdom saves.
Bad wisdom saves.
So disadvantage on his, disadvantage on his next attack.
Yep.
Lovely. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright. Flavius.
5, 10. Yeah, I guess I can just go here. Gonna start with a little bit of that.
16. Just misses.
And I am going to action surge and knock him prone.
Alright. Roll an athletics versus his acrobatics. Stays up.
I love the idea.
Stays up.
And that is my turn.
He is going to act towards Xerxes. He is going to once again Abyssal Step. To here. As he does, he takes 2d4 points of damage. 4 points of damage. No save. You guys just each take 2 points of damage. Clavius, Anna, and Arthur.
Do I need to save for concentration?
Oh yeah, for taking damage.
I got a
and
9.
That is a failure.
No!
And that is fire damage, in case it matters to anyone. And it is Xerxes' turn.
He's still, fumbling around with his gun, trying to figure out what went wrong. and he got it figured out.
He really got it figured out.
So he's pretty proud of himself. He stands back up, sort of dusts off his cloak, and sort of looking around the battlefield at where everyone went. So he's going to just kind of bask in the moment here of getting it figured out.
April? Steve-O.
Even will move inside. And fires crossbow at him.
Team does not hit.
That's all she wrote.
Anna.
Five, 10, 15, 20. She'll come into range again if that matters.
It does. He will attack. 13 does not.
Nope. Anna will invoke a power again because she has drank some potions. So she's gonna do Blood Curse of the Marked a second time. Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh. Like I said, I don't deserve Croft.
I don't either.
And she will attack again with advantage. She really took Saru's go all out to heart. And will miss. Damn it.
Miss.
Man, I thought about throwing another bottle cap on it too, but I was like, oh, I have advantage. I'll be fine.
All right. Isabel.
Isabel, still thinking of Arthur getting slashed. Go up to him and start treating the wound with the healer's kit. Get 10 hit points.
Nice.
No shit.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Gran.
As the old Gran used to say.
That's
The old
Isabel's
Gran used to
turn.
say.
Love how you can do that with one action.
Yeah.
Good shit.
She's quick.
6 seconds, just boom, bandit.
A
Good.
quick healer, if you will. Arthur.
Sutured all up like that.
Bam!
There we go.
That'll hit. Arthur dealing some big damo.
Max damo.
Hitting him. Still standing. He's still standing. And it's just like he won the lottery again, because his two favorite people to attack are around him. And the first coming at Arthur, one-handed.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Come on, come on.
Dare
Come on.
you to confirm?
He's rolled trash.
Yes!
That is a critical fail. Let me
That guy
just-
could have messed some of this up.
I mean, I'd be in
I'd
bad
like to
shape.
thank.
Wasn't for
I'd like to
Isabel.
thank Isabella of the White Shawls.
Yep.
I'd like to thank Anna of wherever she came from.
Well, you probably have a good guess. The fact that she didn't have to do a.
First thing that happens is his sword breaks. Second thing that happens is he got off easy.
Sword breaks.
But his sword is broken. Which is a a thing. A whole thing. All right. He will attack Anna with two hands with the broken sword. 24 to hit.
Good night.
Anna, you take 2 points of damage.
Alright, that also is.
And he is unhappy with his current predicament. Saru. What you got, Catman?
Vicious mockery. Really?
Oh, damn it. I should have made Michael have disadvantage on his attack against me.
It had already been used, Connor.
I
On who?
That, but
He had done it on an attack earlier. I noticed it.
He does fail the saving.
so now the taunt is less about the big sword and now about ha! Now your sword is broken. What are you gonna do now? And that will be it.
Lovely. Okay. Let's see if he wants to act or not. That seems like a bad place to be. But maybe not.
Abyssal steps again.
I think he's gonna, but it's a bit dangerous. He's going to extend his nope, not reach. He's going to Abyssal Step right here. Taking 2d4. The two of you take 2 points of damage, Arthur and Anna. He takes 5. Clavius, it's your turn.
What are your rules on non-lethal damage?
All you have to do is say that you're trying to do non-lethal damage. If you crit, or if you do something like a spell that wouldn't, you can do non-lethal damage with the melee attacks using blunt weapons, so like the blunt edge of your weapon. But if you crit while you do it, there's a good chance it will take him down.
I'm not going to let him Abyssal Step away again while everybody's... Well, I guess Xerxes would be waiting for him, but... I will try for the non-lethal damage.
Okay. Roll a normal attack. Alright, he takes 7 points of non-lethal. Alright. He is still up.
And that's it for me.
Okay. Xerxes.
So Xerxes just saw, I think it was Steven, walk into the house.
Yep.
So he's gonna dash that direction. Can never get it to work.
What, the picking up the token?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just start moving it around the screen, then hit the Q, it should usually work. You just have to drag it first.
Ooh, you can see him.
Yes, he can.
There he is. I have not been able to see a damn thing inside that house the entire time. The whole time you've been fighting, I've had no clue what's happening.
Alright. Dash.
Yeah.
Alright, Steven.
In armor?
Yeah.
Metal armor?
Yeah.
Can I do a perception or medicine check to see how hurt this guy is?
You can try.
Which do you want?
Medicine if you're trying to get hurt. He looks fairly badly wounded. He's kind of wobbling on his feet a bit. A little staggered, if you will.
Steven, right there, will cast this.
Staggers to his knees and falls asleep.
Is it an elf?
Steven will.
Oh, it is an elf, Nicholas.
Oh,
so
wait
sorry.
a minute. Steven would have known that.
Yeah, you would have.
Yeah, definitely would have known that.
I am not used to playing elves either, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go to magic. You can't.
Thank you, Nick.
Can't go to magical sleep.
Sorry.
It's so good playing with DMs, man.
Nope, you're good. Steven definitely would have known that. So.
Yeah, Steven would know.
Every time you, Croft, or anybody else steps in and like call it, I'm just like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's not how it was supposed to go. Obviously, he was not supposed to fall magically asleep because he literally can't.
Yep. All right, so Steven will do this.
24 plus 3 will hit.
He's still up.
With the non-lethal, brings him under.
How's he get fried?
Steven will look right at Isabel and say, "Are you happy now?" And he'll walk over the guy's dead corpse and just walk out the room.
Anna will rush up to Isabel and be like, "Can you save him?"
Before everyone starts moving, we are still in initiative order.
Guy about to immolate.
Hang on, let me count my steps correctly.
Yeah, you have movement, Steven.
All right, that's Steven's turn.
Okay.
And everybody saw that, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just electrocuted the guy.
He basically he reached out his hand and touched him, and electricity all over the place.
And I feel
It
like
wasn't
maybe
like Palpatine.
Maybe you actually had advantage on that.
I should have
considering
had
armor?
advantage. I could go for the crit if we wanted.
Yeah, you could just roll for the crit just to see.
Might as
It could be fun.
Okay, well, for now, it's alright.
Yeah, so it just travels across the metal armor, just shakes him to the ground, and he falls to his knees as you kind of walk by him, kind of like shrugging your hand off of him. The electricity still kind of like coming off your fingers. In that moment, as you kind of walk out the door, Arthur, you probably notice first because there's something that you've been trying to block out of the back of your mind for a while. His body convulses and just kind of like starts to crack. Just very unnaturally as he's falling to the ground. Not necessarily something that would happen to someone who'd been electrocuted. And then something erupts from within. It looks a bit like that.
Did you draw this?
Yeah, 100% did.
Is this your brainchild?
I was thinking it might be
necessarily
time
my
for a
brainchild.
counselor, but that, yeah.
Is this what you think of when you go to sleep?
I love it.
It's very, very Dark Souls because it is Dark Souls. So that happens. Let me just do a thing so that doesn't happen.
It's really interesting knowing the inspiration for a lot of these things.
Get rid of him. Go over here. This now lives here.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh no! No!
I can't see it.
I can't see it either. Steven left. He dropped the mic.
Is this something that Fent would also recognize?
It would be.
Fent's fishing.
No!
Fent wasn't fishing.
No. You guys stay in combat order.
Okay.
Is that where we're leaving it?
And we're gonna fade out this scene.
Finish it.
We're going long.
We already went pretty long. We're gonna fade out of this scene and fade into something else before this all ends. Let's go back here. That feels good. We fade in.
Will you exit out of the turn order?
I won't.
Oh.
Because I need to keep that up.
Oh, duh. Sorry.
We fade in on a sunny scene of a grassy hillside. A glistening lake in the background. Far in the distance, a familiar wizard's tower, jutting from amidst the water of Paragus Lake. In the foreground, a flat green area near the start of a sparse woods. We see a humanoid figure kneeling beside freshly turned earth. His gray-green hand upon a simple carved piece of wood reading HP. He wears roughly worn leather armor. At his side, a backpack with all the notable items of someone on a long journey. From somewhere out of frame, we hear a voice call out. Orthak! Orthak, where are you? The figure raises his head and starts to gather his things, slinging the pack over his strong shoulders and answering in a slow, low voice. I'm here. Just saying my goodbyes one last time. We see the strong figure turn as he responds, a handsome half-orc with strong angular facial features and cold dark eyes. From the woods, we see a man a few inches shy of 6 foot tall, a long white thicket of fizzled hair around his head, his face long and well-weathered, somewhat crazed to look upon it. He wears a large pack slung around his dark green cloak and dark red armor beneath that. The large red skull belt buckle sitting at his waist is probably the most demanding of our attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But the crew is getting restless. We don't want to be caught in these woods tonight. There's still enough light to get into the plains. Hopefully those fiery fuckers won't like the sunlight. You understand. Yes. I don't mean to judge, but I didn't think you two seemed all that close. No, but she wasn't supposed to die. I can't help but feel it was my fault. I shouldn't have insisted we explored that temple or whatever it was. If we'd not gone in, I would have still had my bow when they came. I'm useless without it. Accept the pain, sure, but don't accept that you deserve it. It was as much your fault as it was mine, as it was Swallow's, Evie's, Dormir's, as much as it was Harriet's. She knew the danger when she took the job. We all did. The half-orc called Orthak steps forward and looks intensely into those ragged-looking human's eyes. He stands nearly a foot tall over the head of the frizzled white tangle of hair. He looks up at the half-orc. The journey doesn't end here. Death is just another path. One that we all must take at some point. Orthak reaches out his hand. Thank you, Fillmore. It seems your little sayings aren't always meant to annoy me after all. The two exchange a strong forearm grasp before a third voice calls out from somewhere out of view. Fillmore, Orthak, get over here quick. You're going to want to see this. We see as Fillmore quickly takes off through the woods towards the sound while Orthak begins fumbling with his things. I'll be right behind you, he says to Fillmore. We watch as he removes a beaded necklace from a pouch at his side. Closing his eyes before dropping the golden chain around a wooden grave marker. I'm so sorry, Miss Harriet. I wish we would have had more time. I think it's best that you keep this. Be wary on your journey, as we will be on ours, he says quietly to the freshly turned earth. He begins to hurry off towards the commotion of his companions when in the distance we hear Fillmore's voice. Gods of dawn and dusk. What the fuck is that thing? And we cut to black. And that is where we end off.
Well done, everybody.
Well done.
Good session.
Good session.
We all gonna die next time, aren't we?
God.